affirm your commitment to being more fully alive. Life to health. Let your breath be a quiet prayer of faith as you float and bob effortlessly on a sea of calm tranquility. Energizing breath to be touched, vibrated by your commitment to health and life. Allow every cell of your body to feel deeply and truly alive. Say to yourself, I am at peace. I am alive. I am strong and healthy. With every exhalation, let go of any thought, any tension, any feeling that stands in the way of your being fully and completely alive. Now, feel the marvelous combination of your inner peace existing with the enthusiastic energy within you. Allow yourself to feel that each breath is energy. Feel the confidence that comes from being calm and peaceful and strong. Know that no obstacle has the power to defeat you or frustrate you. That with this renewed enthusiasm and peaceful calm, you are capable of handling any situation with love, with skill, with wisdom. See yourself as a magnet that draws peace, love, calm, and healing. Feel the strength and confidence as you float and breathe on the ocean of life, of a mini vacation, and need desperately to relax. The truth is, you'd like nothing better than to escape somewhere. To Hawaii, perhaps, or the Caribbean. Let's select a deserted beach for this particular getaway. You may try the exercise again and again on your own, and take this mental voyage anywhere you want to go. To a secluded woodland cabin.
Let me tell you something. Hold on, I'm gonna change my PTR real quick. Before they were the Commanders, they were guess how creative they were? They were the Washington football team.
What if they were the Blackskins? Would you have a problem?
No, if that had been their name all along.
You know, the owner of the Commanders he also owns the Sixers, by the way. Josh Harris.
Oh, isn't the Sixers?
Josh Harris.
Abby, look at my PTR, and that'll tell you why I got a problem with the motherfucking Eagles.
You know, he almost killed a guy and he stabbed him in the neck over a haircut.
It's a lot of celebrities come through my car already. I don't want to, like, do anything. Hey, how you doing? Every now and then, if I see an NFL player, we'll talk. You know what I'm saying? A basketball player, we'll talk. But when I saw Michael Irvin, I was like, oh shit, that's the playmaker. You feel me? And then realized that he a regular in my spot. So, man, I'm outside one night. He pulled out his weed. I'm in my little spot smoking. And he like, hey, man, you want to hit this? And I said, no, sir, I got my own weed, man. I will not smoke with you. Back to my point. Well, hey, what's up, boy? You remember when Michael Irvin when his neck was broke, basically? That's right. You guys are the most classless organization in football. The fan base has y'all once booed Santa Claus.
Yeah, and we'll keep going. And we just booed everyone hitting home runs except Schwarber. Now we're pretty nasty, but we own our nastiness.
You're a classless organization.
It's like a lot of camaraderie in the city.
There's no other football stadium that has a police command station.
Not anymore, Rob.
Well, I mean,
that was the old Rob. That was the old stadium.
I do know that's the old stadium.
We don't have it anymore. But I have a friend who played for the other UT, your UT, that also played for the Eagles. He's a good friend of mine. And his name is Acho.
Acho?
No, his brother.
Oh, you talking about your brother? Emmanuel.
Yeah. They were commentating for the Longhorns for a while.
almost certain my son was going to be a UT student. He was out, that had always been the plan, but then some recent developments happened, and he said that he don't want to go to that school. So I think when he get to go on campus and shit, he might get a different.
What are your plans in Philly?
Yeah, I'm going to be in Europe in a little bit, and then I'll be back in Philly probably third week of August, I'm thinking, and then maybe Labor Day.
Text me, let me know what's up.
But I'll definitely be in AC also.
Joe,
Wait, AC? Are you gonna be in AC?
Probably that weekend. I'll text you.
Yeah, text me.
Joe, I think y'all gonna win the AFC this year.
But the only issue with the Texans is their offensive line, bro. If they can keep him upright, they got a great defense. And
I mean, it's some addition by subtraction. They got. I think Denver is different, man. Like they kind of got the same strengths. But I think they have a little bit. You trust. I think you trust. I like to talk to y'all when I've been working.
you think Arch Manning's a good quarterback?
I think he can really become a good quarterback.
I don't see it anymore.
I think last year, if you watch him in the beginning, you saw a lot of like, ooh, like is this really who he want? But then over that last half of the season, he played excellent. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he'll get Cam Coleman and get some elite wide receivers. You probably gonna
For the two teams that are finally going to make it into the Super Bowl, who would you take on future?
If I had to take a futures bet, I would say the Rams and the Broncos. With no bias in it.
I'd just like to say that I still have a lot of beef with the starter company. Do you know I was in the many years ago?
But you got your starter jacket.
I got that starter's jacket where it had to go was for a woman, a girl that cared about her appearance. I'm wearing this jacket because I suffered greatly because
What
of my
team was
jacket.
it? Bima? What team was it?
Cowboys.
You were a little literate, weren't you?
Yeah, I just looked at the future.
Hello?
And the Chargers.
Abby, it's not worth it. Save your money for a New York strip at Gibson's when you come to town. Listen, this room's about to boom, everybody. These are the next steps. Somebody create a new room and pin it in the Jumbotron. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds.
So Matt, should we have a 24-hour black flight room?
To make up for the last 24 hours that didn't have that? I guess so. Yeah. Actually, we are going to have reparations with Pepe, so that's the next room.
What's the next room?
Reparations with Pepe.
Oh shit.
So, yeah, we'll get right to it, Joe.
Wait, is that with Pepe or from Pepe?
Always right. Everyone is always
A
wrong.
little bit of both. I mean, we'll see.
I don't have shit. You can't get anything from me.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Bill.
Flower-filled meadow, or even a sidewalk cafe in Paris. But for now, let's travel to that nice, warm, sandy beach. Don't worry about packing a bag. You'll be home again in several minutes. Feel it should move out. Breathe relaxation in, exhale tension out. You're feeling better by the second. See yourself on a deserted beach. It's perhaps a beach that you remember from your past, or one that you've seen in a travel film or magazine, a place you've longed to visit. Look around you. Sigh deeply as you take in the panorama before you, the glistening stretch of white sand, the sun glinting off the water. the ocean waves gently swelling and moving in towards the shore. Now, let's focus on some details. What are you wearing? Loose clothing, perhaps, or a comfortable bathing suit. Feel the clothing against your body, and feel the warm sun caressing the part of your body that is bare, your arms, your legs. Turn your face upwards, and let the sun warm your face and the lids of your closed eyes. Feel the sand under your feet. Now, sit down on your blanket or directly onto the warm sand and just relax. Breathe relaxation in. Exhale tension out. Smell the salt air. A gentle breeze blows against your face as you breathe in the tangy ocean smells. Breathe in the salty, fresh air. Exhale. Now, just listen for a while. Hear the ocean as it surges against the beach. There's a constant, pleasant roar. Hear the seagulls call as they glide past. Watch them as they ride the gentle breeze. Did you bring a snack with you? Oh yes, there's the cooler. Glad we didn't forget that. Open the cooler. It's well stocked. Take out your favorite beach beverage. You can have anything you want. Make it chilled champagne if you like, or juice, or whatever. Now, take a sip. Enjoy the taste. Feel its coolness. You feel free, recharged, brimming with new energy and confidence. You are now ready to bring this refreshed feeling home, where it will remain with you for some time. Now, slowly, allow your vacation image to fade. It'll be there when you return. For now, though, let it drift slowly and gently away. Slowly but surely, you're coming home. 1. You're becoming more aware of your body. 2. You're almost fully alert, conscious of how you open. You stretch and come back. Remember, this mental mini vacation is one vacation you can take instantly, anytime you want it, anytime you need it. There are, of course, other ways that you can use visualizations to diffuse stressful situations in your life. You've learned about several things that cause stress on side 1 of this tape, and you receive some tips on how to deal with these things. One additional cause of stress for many people is relationships. Relationships with other people, with family, co-workers, friends, or lovers, are the source of much joy in our lives. But conflicts in those close relationships can also bring on stress. Because it's so common, the stress of a close relationship is something that nearly every one of us either has or will experience. In everyday life, the loving couple is not always so loving. How to cope with this particular conflict? Our thanks to Drs. Lee and Joy Schulman, husband and wife psychologists, who specialize in relationships and stress. From their office in Beverly Hills, California, the two have created an extraordinary exercise for this cassette. This is one you can either practice alone or with a partner, the one you sometimes differ with. In fact, rather than putting your problem aside, confront it. Bring it squarely to mind. Just don't start to squabble again if your partner is there with you. Relax before beginning this new exercise. Stretch out and get comfortable once again. Take a few deep breaths. This exercise can be repeated whenever you need to release the stress that comes from conflict in a relationship. Return to it daily if necessary. Now then, let's begin. You're aware of the conflict. Take a deep breath and become even more aware of it. Feel the strife and tension that's been happening. Now, make up your mind to end this problem, to solve it, erase it, and let it go. As you make that decision, relax. Get as comfortable as you can. Now, take a deep breath and hold it. Now, let it go. Once more, take another deep breath and hold it. As you breathe out, say to yourself, and at your own pace, let go. Now close your eyes and continue to relax. In your mind, describe the problem to yourself. Tell yourself what happened and how you feel about it. As you examine the conflict, consider how we all justify our particular point of view. Reflect on how easy it is to feel that you're right and to think that you're right. Let those thoughts fade for a bit. Now imagine that you are the other person, using everything you know about them, the way he or she thinks and acts. Begin to defend his or her side of the story. Let those thoughts fade. And as you continue to relax and breathe evenly, imagine 3 ways in which the conflict can be solved. In a calm way, in a loving way. As you create the answers, imagine a dark cloud moving. As it drifts away, imagine you're feeling lighter and more at ease. Now, picture yourself in a garden that's lush and green. Sense how calm and peaceful it is there. In the garden, there's a stream. As you stand by its edge, allow all of the stress and worry to enter its flow. Let all your stress flow gently away, further and further. Let's go. Now focus your attention on your heart. Imagine there's a tiny glow inside it. Feel the glow's warmth and power. Allow it to grow till it fills your heart with both light and love, or her being held in your heart. Surround that person with light. Next, surround that person with love. Hold him or her tightly in your heart. Feel the glow as it builds, bright and warm. Allow the peace. Allow the light. Allow the love. We hope you've enjoyed Instant Stress Relief, a mind-body healing tape from Prevention Magazine.
these countries that are a little more progressive. I mean, you just saw what happened with the gay cruise. Did you? That was what, last week or the week before? You know, they do. There's a. I think it's the Atlantis. Is the gay cruise company, and they weren't allowed to go to Turkey, and then they were trying to find a port to go to, and Egypt wouldn't let them in either.
I'm not gonna lie. I do think that this is where it's incredibly unhealthy. There is absolutely no reason why countries that are more religious should have to accept a bunch of queers that are on a ship. I agree. And so, look, we can have a problem with it.
Call them the queers. What's wrong with you?
Well, no, in reality, I don't get it. It's what's really funny is that these people are making themselves out to be such goddamn victims. Look, you're a goddamn foreigner. You don't live in that country. You're not being subjected to any kind of discrimination that affects your livelihood. You are just not allowed to go into a certain country. These are a bunch of Western queers that are mad that Egypt and Turkey would not let them in. Who fucking cares?
We don't have borders. We don't have countries. Whatever. If the country has a stipulation on queers going into it, then they have the right to do that. In the same way as Americans have the stipulation that we don't want people crossing our border illegally on the south.
Yeah, but what are they worried about? It doesn't fucking matter.
What? This is what I don't get about leftists. Is you have people that are intolerant. From every race and religion, there are people that are intolerant, whether it's Jews, or Muslims, or Christians. We all have that one part of us, small group of us that are intolerant. Now, sometimes these people want to live amongst themselves. Why wouldn't you just let them do that? They want to live amongst themselves. If they hate you, they don't like you. Okay, fine. Yeah, just live amongst yourselves. Amazing. I don't want to have to deal with you people. But there is the leftist impulse to try to say no, they must embrace us. No, they don't. And so, you know what's actually better? Is just letting them keep to themselves. We don't have to spread that toxicity amongst ourselves.
I mean, unless you're black.
I think that we can not only force them to accept their ideology, but we can bring a whole bunch of these fucking people that will never embrace our ideology into our fucking countries. It's so goddamn idiotic. Let these fucking people be. That's what real colonizers.
That's what black people told white people too, though. Let us be. But then y'all, you bombers and shit. A lot of white people, like I said. Hey, can I go ahead, brother? Just real quick. I've been waiting indefinitely now. Doing certain things like laptop. So, so just with the Islam thing, and I'm not an opponent of Islam or Muslims, but now, but I do find it really ironic when it comes to people who are conservative minded. And I'm not speaking of you, but I do find it very funny, ironic, and very peculiar that you have people who call themselves conservative. We have conservative Jewish people, we have conservative people, white, black, blue, white, or orange, right? And they talk about how much they hate Islam. But I find it fucking opposite when you look at the tenets of Islam, right? And you see the things that they're talking about. They mirror a lot of this thought of, a lot of these conservatives today, right? In America, they don't like LGBTQism. They're about separatism. So I'm trying to understand, you talk about Islam being embraced by the left. If anything, the right
everybody should be embracing Islam because Islam is saying the same shit you're saying. You just from a different fucking country.
That's a fact.
I mean, I'm not saying you gotta look at it.
Well, I would say this. So when it comes to Islam, progressives, including like one guy I'm really close friends with, he was a Marine, served overseas, very bright man. He would make this argument like 5 or 6 years ago. I would say the problem with Islam, though, is that on a surface level, it's like, yes, we want women to be more modest, we want families to have higher expectations, all of that stuff. That Muslims are, especially if you're living under Sharia law, they will enforce. Now, if you're to look at let's just say somebody who's far right that's Christian, they want to preserve in a way their heritage, their religion, their race, whatever it is. But when it comes down to it, the Muslims do want to erase that. They do want you to become Muslim. They're going to fight with the people in the far right that want to hold on to Christianity, that want to hold on to anything Western, because they literally think that it. In fact, I would say they're offended by the fact that you're not willing to become one of them. And at the end of the day, they're not the far right and the Muslims. They're going to end up butting heads, and we've seen this. You know, there's a little hallelujah moment for like a year or so after October 7th, where you had the Muslims and whites who. I would say they would think the one thing they shared in common is that they dislike Jews and blame them for a lot of the problems, but these people have already largely had their divorce. They don't get along.
That's not that's not true at all. You do realize that the Muslims believe in the Bible, correct? And the only thing that they don't believe is that
not the same way. I love it. Muslims.
The only difference is that they don't believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah. That's it.
Okay, that's the most fundamental difference between us. Okay, so hold on. Jews, and Muslims have always tried to play this sneaky game. They like to say like, Jews. At times, yes, they will say like, Jesus, fuck Jesus. Was he even real? Yeah, I don't know that he was real. Okay, they're religion.
I've literally never heard a Muslim say that ever.
A Christian. I'm talking about Jews, but hold on.
Oh, okay, copy.
And so they'll say that it's like, okay, we understand the fundamental difference between Judaism and Christianity is that they don't believe in Jesus. We got that sorted out.
No, they believe in Jesus. They believe that he boiling and shit in there.
Why don't you tell us what we believe?
That's an problem.
It isn't.
You're allowed to lie to me.
No, it isn't. And you're not a Talmudic scholar.
First of all, when it comes to the smarter, when it comes to hold on, when it comes
a lot more than you offered up.
Okay, when it comes to the more, hold on, Jesus Christ, when it comes to those that would. It's a term that's unfortunately being tossed around a lot more, but like several years ago, what we would consider low IQ anti-Semitism, if you brought up the word Talmud, we would make fun of you. We would belittle you. Even I was never a Nazi, but even the more intellectual anti-Jewish white nationalists would make fun of you. You're retarded.
Nobody cares what you
think. Okay, but this is That quote was by a goddamn Christian that converted to fucking Judaism. Okay, we don't.
Do you want me to bring out the scripture in the Talmud? I'll bring it up right now.
No, it's not scripture. It is literally
scripture, you idiot. It's not scripture.
I mean, it's not scripture to me.
It's not scripture. It's not understand it because you never studied it. You don't know how to study it. You don't know what our Torah is. You don't accept
The
it.
Torah is the
You
what?
don't
What in the
understand the
world?
Tanakh. You don't. So don't.
Somebody cares about all that
No,
stuff.
you don't.
She would never debate you because she knows she'll get eaten alive in a
No, I will not get eaten alive. Believe me, I know.
Do you or do you not believe in the Talmud?
You know nothing. You know nothing.
I'm trying not to
You know
be mean,
nothing.
but the actual, the Nazi-esque people that I've known, with the argument you guys are making against Abby, would eat you fucking
Who cares about Nazis? I don't care about that, bro.
Okay, look, I'm talking about the people that are actually intellectual, that are against the goddamn Jews.
Are they intellectual
They even
because they're
side
not
with the
because
fucking
white?
Jews. This is low IQ fucking goy fluff. This is fucking retarded.
You're saying
Only fucking
while literally
Only
siding
have anyone else
only
to
the
blame.
retarded goys would eat
Who else
this
you want to blame for your unfortunate lot in life, King, that you just don't have a life? What, I guess you have to try to find someone to blame. Is that what's
What
happening?
are you talking about?
Yeah, it's for your unfortunateness.
Who's unfortunate?
You're unfortunate.
Man, I swear to
Huh?
God, this bride is.
Yo! See, that's how they
Yeah,
think.
well, why are you blaming Jews? What's your problem?
Blaming y'all for what?
Yeah, that's all you've been doing since you first came in the other room.
Hold
You
on,
haven't stopped about it.
hold on. So,
What? Get no word.
So, King, I mentioned earlier, Hitler was brought up, and I think I was using him as like an extreme example, but you said that, like, oh, Hitler didn't actually do anything wrong. Why do you think Hitler was so great?
I never said he was great, bro. But I will say this: when you see this,
Said he didn't do it. No,
you just asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Why didn't he do anything wrong?
No, I wouldn't say he didn't do anything wrong. I think that he knew who was destroying his country. Period. Loaning money with extremely high interest rates, clipping coins, pushing transgenderism on children.
Hold on. Do you think coin clipping was a thing in Hitler's time?
Are you saying it wasn't?
Let me ask you something, King. Okay, is the problem with people?
Wait, are you Indian?
Yeah, I'm from India.
Yeah, y'all are Israel's best friend, but continue.
Yeah, so
Did I mention hatred from this?
yeah, is it problem with people giving loans or is the problem the people taking loans? Okay.
Wait, say it again, but I'm sorry.
Every person has the option. Every person has the option to take loans or not. Okay. People are giving it. Okay. They do now as well. You have the option of taking the loans. You cannot blame them. You cannot blame them for giving loans.
No, you also ignore that part. But even if we were to look at like Europe,
I agree. You're not wrong, brother.
we can look at European.
What do you mean ignore that part, bro? How are you going to speak for me? Like, what? You need to chill out.
King, hold on a second. So you know how Jews were kicked out of all of these countries? Or they weren't even countries. They were like mini territories that existed for a tiny bit. Yeah, but
You cannot hate on them for being, Jews being intellectual and
I think they're smart. So hold on. But
No,
hold on.
Violent? Really, King?
We can look
Like,
at
the only person that sounds violent is you.
How? Because I don't agree with you.
Because you're, let's see, you're justifying the Holocaust. So keep talking, King. Listen to me.
I literally did not say that at all. That is insane.
This is a lawyer. King, listen. This is a lawyer.
Can I finish what the fuck I was saying? Am I getting those?
Stuff on people, which is a lie.
Y'all gotta let him finish, man.
So I'm just curious. So like, okay, Jews, they were allowed to be the money lenders. You know what was very convenient for all of the leaders of the kingdoms? We don't want to pay these Jews anything, so just kick them out. Fuck them. We aren't gonna pay them shit. It's actually a lot easier than paying them. So I can understand why kings did it. But even if we look at the Knights Templar, why did the Vatican go after them? These were some of the most diehard Catholics. And of course, this is when Christendom was almost solely Catholic. Because they were money lenders, and then they didn't want to pay the money back to the Knights Templar. So, well, fuck these people. Just go ahead and kill them.
The Catholic Church they were very.
They are just hating on the because
They were very violent. I'm not making an excuse for that either. They were very hell no. Templar Knights were very violent. Yeah, and they were pagan as fuck, bro. I'm not gonna.
So they were Catholic at the time.
What's wrong with
There was only about 12 or 13 holy wars that they fought, went down and did battles with. There was thousands of attacks by Muslims on Europe.
Yeah, and you know what, Joe? Real quick, Joe. The number of people they killed was in the thousands. Like, up there. And when we're dealing with the Templar Knights, right, who were generally funded, right? The same.
Well, to be fair, like we had in Europe, you had Christendom. When you had in the Levant, okay, you had some Jews that were there, but for the most part, we can look at Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. We can look at all of North Africa. That was all Christian.
Shenanigans.
The Muslims came in. But of course, they converted everybody. Hold on. They wanted to do the same the Europeans fought back. And so we can say they were.
That is not the truth at all.
That's absolutely the truth.
That is absolutely the truth because they are actually forced converting people in India. They are actually forced converting people in India.
Study history.
That's not true at all, brother.
It is.
Our ancestors fought tooth and nail to keep Islam out of Europe. That is an absolute fucking fact.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But you just said Africa, bro. You just said Africa, Egypt.
And they're not doing the fucking same.
Brother, you just jumped from two totally different places.
Let me explain it to you. It was the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire is located in what we call today Turkey. The Ottoman Empire moved all the way across the Middle East towards the North of Africa, made all of the North African countries Muslim.
Exactly. That goes against everything he just said. He did not just say that.
And then, from all of these North African countries, when they were finished there, they crossed the water to Spain. They conquered it. They also got up until Bosnia. From Bosnia to Croatia, they got blocked at the border of Bosnia to Croatia because of the French intervening. So the French took Mars up to Croatia and stopped them right there so that they wouldn't be able to come closer to France, which was a great decision because that preemptive war caused that Islam did not further expand in Europe.
So let me give you my version of the history, okay? The British and the Europeans came to India, they looted us. Okay, that happened. Okay? And what happened is, okay, when the war came, the World War II came, the British were like, okay, we have no money, and they were getting loans from America, US. And the people who were giving loans to British is most likely Jewish, who has Jewish financial institutions. And those money went back to Israel to support this, and that's the flow of money.
Okay, can I talk now? Who was the lady that was just talking? Was it Glow? Was that you?
It was me.
What religion was the Ottoman Empire?
Muslim. Islamic.
Okay, so are you saying was in Egypt, and then the Muslims came there and pushed them out.
Yes, it's a fact.
You didn't know that Egypt and
That's insane.
Lebanon were Christian countries. They were the Switzerland of North Africa. You didn't know?
And even Turkey, when the Byzantine Empire was rolling over Turkey, so it was Constantinople and what is the fucking city? Antioch. Yeah, so they were Christian. That was part of the heart of Eastern Rome. So they were Christian, and then the Muslims, they
took that beautiful church and turned it into
so we can look at all of the different. We can look at the cathedrals that are beautiful that exist. Hold on, that exist in Turkey today. Those were built by fucking Christians. They converted them to fucking mosques.
Okay. I see what y'all saying. Wait, hold on, because I'm the one that asked the question, Amar.
Hold on. No, okay, hold on. Look, we have the church's history. The original church started in Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria being Egypt. So what original definitely the Muslim. I can't hear you when I'm talking. Okay, so I just needed to clear that up. We have the history church. We know where the church started. Egyptians were once one of the first goddamn Christians, and they are literally reduced to a minority in their own fucking homeland.
Have you ever heard of Christians?
Wait, are y'all saying that the people who believe in the Bible, are y'all saying that they are Christians? Is that what you mean?
What?
Are you saying that if you believe in the Bible, that you are Christian?
No, I'm saying the people that participated in a Christian church and were a Christian group, okay, all of North Africa and the Levant at one point, were Christian. That's a fucking fact. Now, you had these fucking savages that came from the Arabian Peninsula. They came in. They did it by the sword. Not just by the sword. I mean, to be honest.
No, that's what it was. Okay, all right. So this is why I want to understand. Just because you believe in the Bible doesn't mean that you're Christian. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm talking about the fucking people that identify as Christian.
It doesn't matter, and let me add on. Okay, there were Indian temples as well, destroyed by Muslim empires. Okay, and recently got.
India was conquered by the British. What are you talking about?
We don't know shit. Okay.
Who are you talking about?
Wait, are you saying India was not conquered? Wait, hold on. Did you say India was not conquered by the British?
He said not conquered by the Islam, but it was. We can check this before British. Who was ruling there?
This man's an idiot.
No, he's not. He's actually like, look. When I told you that you believing in yourself is a good thing, but
no, listen, bro. The Arabs did not totally conquer India, bro. It didn't happen.
Islam conquered. Okay, Islam obviously had a foothold in India. That's why they ended up breaking up into Pakistan and
India.
Bengal, all of these fucking places.
Exactly, and let me tell you this fact. Okay, Delhi Sultanate came. Okay, Mughal Empire came. They were all Islamic conquerors. Okay, they came here, destroyed temples, and built mosques on top of it. Okay, and recently, like a decade ago, a mob came and destroyed the mosque and rebuilt the temple again there.
Okay, so if y'all were totally conquered by the Arabs, bro, there would not be a separation.
What I'm talking about, okay, they conquered for like a century, 2 centuries and a half. They were ruling. Do you know what Babur, Akbar, Aurangzeb? Okay, they were Islamic conquerors.
Brother, no disrespect. You gotta slow down just a little bit.
Okay. You can check know the Taj Mahal, right? Taj Mahal, who was built?
Yeah, Taj Mahal, yeah.
Who built Taj Mahal? It was the Mughal Empire. And who were the Mughal Empire? They were Muslims. Okay, before the British, okay, India was under the Mughal Empire.
Okay. All right. Copy. I see what you're saying.
What he's trying to say is that there were multiple Islamic empires that have conquered multiple countries in the Middle East and also in North Africa and in Europe.
Have you ever been to the Vatican? Have you ever been to the Vatican? You can see there's artwork by Raphael that shows the battles, the Battle of Ostia. It's a beautiful painting. It's really huge. It's at the Vatican. If you ever, it's the battle, the Saracen Arab battle with the Christians held the Moors.
Oh yeah, well they read it.
Have you ever been to the Vatican to see that?
Of course. Why? Are you serious?
I'm asking if you've ever seen the painting.
Why would I go to a pagan? No, of course not. Never.
Wow.
Okay, so you haven't been there.
You haven't been to the Vatican.
I'm just curious, why is it that we can look at Islam? Here's the problem with Islam: is we can try to be focused on the United States and the West and Western Europe, and they'll say Islamophobia, all whatever stupid fucking bullshit. But the reality is that Islam has never gotten along or played nice with any religion. That is just a fact.
I could agree with that.
And so,
I'm not gonna disagree with that though.
So don't, okay, you are doing, you see, because of communication, okay, and technology built by the Jews, okay, actually they built everything. The technology we exist, and they are the pioneers of Nobel Prizes. Okay,
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, they are the pioneers of Nobel Prize. Who got the most Nobel Prize? Even though they were a fraction of the.
What was Nobel? What?
It's a Nobel Prize. Do you know what Nobel Prize?
No.
I don't care how to say his name. Was he Jewish?
No.
No, I'm talking
Stop
about
it. Google it right now.
Yeah, the Nobel Prizes. Okay.
Look how Flakes just lied.
The first question is, was he Jewish?
I believe he does that.
So, King, what I think you fundamentally don't understand is what's called apostolic succession and the spreading of Christianity. And then also the Muslims coming in, not only going after the Christians, but the Jews as well. That's been going on for thousands.
No. I agree with you, brother. I'm not arguing that. That's not what I was arguing. What I was arguing was with Amar was that they weren't totally conquered by the Muslims. That did not happen.
What are you talking? They tried to.
And they failed.
No, they weren't conquered for like 800 years or so by the Muslims, or 700 years. I forget what it was in the Iberian Peninsula. And you had the Grand Inquisition. Now, yes, they kicked out the Jews as well. Now, when it comes to the people of the Iberian Peninsula, if you were to ask, when it comes to the Catholics, what was the most conservative church? It was the Spanish. They treated Jews like shit. The Muslims came in, they treated them both like shit, but they treated the Jews better than how they were being treated. This is one occasion I can come up with where Muslims were not, I guess, horrible.
Let me finish this. Okay, King, the Mughal Empire ruled India for like 300 years, 3 centuries. They could not convert us. Okay, they failed to convert. They tried to destroy temples. They tried to, okay, do you know why they failed?
But that's
But
my
they
point.
couldn't convert the Spanish either. That's why the
That's
Spanish.
literally my point, though, brother. Like, that's what I'm saying. You got, like,
Okay, let me finish.
how do I put it? Like,
Let me finish. Okay, do you know
Go
why
ahead.
do you know why they convert people? Okay, you can destroy a temple, you can destroy a deity or a pagan deity or stone, but people here worship the sun, people here worship the river, and you cannot destroy the sun, you cannot destroy the river, because you can destroy anything, but people here believe in a lot of stuff simultaneously, and you cannot destroy everything, and that's why you couldn't convert.
yeah, but that's what I was trying to say to you, bro. Like, put it like this. subjugation. You get what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm saying. You tried your best trying to destroy
Yeah,
them.
that's what they did. That's what they did in the Iberian Peninsula. But, you know, according to some, I've heard Muslims say that like that was a great travesty that these colonizing Europeans kicked this peaceful group of Muslims out of their own lands. Oh my God! And you know that's something we should be sorry for.
I will tell you one more thing. Okay, they were able to succeed partially, and that partial succeeding resulted in Pakistan and Bangladesh.
You gotta
Oh, by the way, if you want to know the history of the Nobel Prizes, this was Alfred Nobel, and he was Swedish, and he invented dynamite. And then he wanted to show everyone that he really wasn't the merchant of death. So he took his fortune and created the Nobel Peace Prize. He was a Swedish inventor. And what else do you want to know about Alfred Nobel?
Are you saying he was born in Sweden?
Yes, he's Swedish. Was Swedish. That's why they give out the prizes in Sweden.
He was Luciferian.
And the majority, and you're right, there's about 26 to 28% have been given to Jewish people.
7% of
Including the person that is probably the reason that none of us are in iron lungs right now.
I'm just curious though. So like, King, do you think that like Jews could just like make the bunk and be where they are without being genuinely like intelligent?
Wait, when did I ever say that the Jewish people were smart?
You're not against Hitler and all of that stuff, so you think that there's like
I
understand.
Hold on, I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, John. First of all, war is war. You know what I'm saying? So like, Thank you. I'm not, like, put it like this. I don't blame Jewish people for taking, like, over behind the scenes if you let them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it.
Okay, these are people who contributed to modern scientific technology. The reason you are able to speak in this...
I'm not going to lie to you, brother.
Let me finish. Okay, the reason you are able to speak in this clubhouse is because of a Jew. Okay? The reason of this technology, all the internet and everything are built by them. Even the Facebook, Instagram, or even the clubhouse. If you look at technology,
get back off. Come on. It's yes. On a
First of all, not only is that,
but maybe it had to do with Silicon Valley and the entrepreneurial innovation network that we have there, and we attracted people from all over the world to focus on technology. And I don't think religion was a core tenet of why these inventions were created.
I mean, he's Indian, bro. In India and Israel are like right and left hand. But secondly, no, like it's not like I don't have don't mistake me understanding how the world works. As a hatred. Like, you get what I'm saying?
I have a question.
Or do you guys fucking have a view, or you guys, I don't understand what you're doing on it.
Who's a racist?
Who's speaking right now?
Somebody said that question.
May I?
Nick Ray wanted to go. Okay, go after Chloe.
I know Chloe wants to go. Go ahead, Chloe.
King, why do you think that the Indian people are so supportive of the Jewish people or the people of Israel in entirety? Because we have Muslims, Christians, and Jewish people in Israel living there together in peace. So why do you think that they have that? And why do you think I, as an Iranian, am also supportive of them?
All right. First of all, the reason why India is so like buddy with Israel is because of the upper echelon of India is paid a lot of money by the Israel Democrat.
Do you know why we support Israel?
I just told you why.
I tell you why the exact reason we support.
I caste system
That's
to
the point. Or you gotta let them finish the point so that you can.
Yeah, let him
See,
finish.
just literally, like they muted me, but they were saying, but that's why. That's the only reason why the caste system is still in India today, is because it is perpetrated by upper echelon in Israel,
Oh my God.
who pays the top of the caste system to keep India divided.
Oh, so Jews are now responsible for the caste system in India. This is amazing. Pepe, could you add that to the list of all the
That's
things
not what
that
I'm
were?
saying. That's not. I didn't say that at
Yeah,
all.
the caste system predates even your,
literally.
Could you just add that one to the list, guys?
Hold on. Dexter's retarded. Like, the caste
That's
system
not what I
is
said. I said that's the reason why it continues today.
Hold on. With the caste system, there's no rule. That literally, there are genetic differences between the fucking castes. Like, this is so far before European colonization.
I didn't say the Jewish people started. Like, why is everybody talking over each other though? Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? I like that shit. I'm finna start sniping y'all niggas, man. Y'all better chill the fuck out. My bad. I was just trying to defend what I said because words were put into my mouth. I did not say that the Jewish people started the caste system. I'm saying the reason why it continues today is because they are paid a lot of money to continue the same system right now. Period.
Are you done?
This is
My turn.
That's the first time we made it.
That's literally why Delhi was
Yeah, we don't have to hear it the first time we made it, but let's hear from Amar. Yeah, let's hear from Amar.
Okay, yeah. So even the caste system and everything predates Jewish history. That's okay. You're saying that they are paying them, right? Okay, that's not the case. Okay, I am from a lower caste. Okay, I am the most bottom of them all in the caste system. And let me tell you why we love Israel. It's because in the 1919 war against Pakistan, okay, no one gave us intelligence, no one gave us technology to fight them. And during that war, historic war, okay, they gave us intelligence and technology, okay, in the time of need when no one else did. Okay, that is one of the major reasons why we find them allies, because okay, during the time when no one helped us, they helped us with war. Okay, and that's why we love them. And even the king saying that okay, they are perpetuating okay the caste system. No, okay, because of historic okay things like okay the Brahmins who were upper caste, okay, they were held they had a lot of land, okay, they were good at okay government employees. But what's happening now is the government is actively okay funding lower caste, okay, giving reservations in jobs, government jobs, okay, paying their college fees. The lower caste have no, they don't have to pay college fees, and they get money for studying. Okay, they get to study in top universities. Okay, without paying anything, without that much merit. Okay, because they are trying to undo. The government is actively trying to undo what the historical precedent was. Okay, so the idea that okay the Jews are paying to keep the caste system is ridiculous, because that is not what the government is doing.
India has always protected the Jewish people that have lived there, and they've been there since the fall of the Second Temple. Going back, actually, there are stories that it went back to the time of King David, even for the fall of the first temple. They've been very, very kind to the Jewish people that have lived there.
In my hometown, okay, they came in my hometown, they came in my city, and we still have Jew town with a synagogue here, which is actively maintained. Okay, we have multiple synagogues here, and people lived in peace. Okay, and even the Muslims came here. We built them the first mosque in the entire India during the time of the Muhammad. Okay, and even the Saint Thomas the Apostle came during the period of Jesus, and we gave them okay a church. Okay, we can still see the church here. We can still see the mosque. We were kind to everyone, and we respect. Okay, and when they were about to leave okay to Israel, we were friends. They came as guests and left as friends. That's what we remember of news. Okay, they came, they prayed, participated in the army, and they left. Okay.
Hey, Mark, what's your last name?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, after King, you can say what you have to say, but I'm gonna have to go after you. I've been waiting patiently.
So I don't have a last name.
We don't dox anyone in here.
No last name.
My bad.
Hey, real quick,
I didn't get you like that.
we're going to go to Ray. I just want to remind everyone though, that when we started this conversation, King said that he was superior to all other white race and all other religions.
So, I mean, other black people too. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
Right. I mean, well, hey, that's prerogative of the day, so what? You know what I mean? But anyways, with that being said, I was gonna talk about that situation with Israel and whatnot. It's like this, man. I'll say this with this state of Israel, as much as it looks like they control and run the world, which they are part of the Luciferian branch, a pretty high one at that, they really don't run the banks. They really don't control every aspect, which, they've been kicked out of damn near every country they've been in, right? So you can't be controlling everybody's shit.
Except us, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying every fucking state, but they've been kicked out of pretty much every 100 over over 100 countries, which shows you, because they're very hateful people, specifically dealing with their government, but that's just what it is.
That's funny.
Yeah, I find it funny that, hatred's funny to me. But anyways, so with that being said, look, I'll say this. You have to go and get to the root of the problem, right? The people that control the state of Israel is the damn Vatican and the Catholic Church. Okay? And you understand the history of the banks and the people who created the banks. Someone was just mentioning that specific order who started the banks in the first place. When you get to the money, you start to find characters like Marco Bergoglio. You start to find out guys like John D. Millay and certain of these other individuals who, through the shadows, run the state of Israel today, which a lot of these Israelis and these people who claim to be Jews, they don't know. They don't know this. They just a lot of these people like Abby and these other characters that are around don't know where these people are pawns, you know what I mean? So, overall, Israel is nothing more than, a project that they created, no different than America. And, once you start to understand, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and it is relevant to the topic, is that all these different little things, whether it be reparations, the war that's going on, the people that's starting this shit is the same old people who've been starting wars since the 1500s, since the Protestant Reformation, right? It is the Jesuit order, which is the military faction under the order of the Vatican and the Catholic Church. They're welcome in every fucking country. You understand? So I think, you can talk about these damn Jews and whatnot, and they do a lot of hateful things and do a lot of dastardly things, but you have to get to the root of the problem. You can't just chop off the leaves and think that's going to save and solve every other people's problem. You got to point to the Catholic Church, which is the reason why you have people who, a certain person that's on the stage who works for a specific criminal organization that is sponsored by the same order. All right. So with that being said, and I'm gonna just say this, I'm gonna go on mute. I would never be fucking jealous of anybody supporting a satanic, Luciferian, Babylonian worshiping. All right, Dagon, Nimrod worshiping pieces of shit like the Jesuit order and the Roman Catholic Church and these pedophile fucking priests. All right, of the Catholic order. You dig what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Yeah, okay, follow up. When you were going to start this, did you have this revelation of brilliance that came about? You're like, man, I'm about to make the cleverest smartest take on Clubhouse, and I'm really going to stick it to those Jews and Catholics. Were you like really like thinking like this was going to land really well?
Deal with the subject matter. Deal with the subject matter.
I mean, listen, Joe, to answer your question, right?
Were you
I'm
like,
so
oh,
here for anybody that has.
I'm so brilliant. I'm going to really get this on this time.
Damn, if I wasn't brilliant, he wouldn't bring me up. You know what I mean? Anyway, Joe.
The only person who's brilliant here.
Laura, real quick, I'm gonna answer this question and you got it. We're just real quick. Just give me like 30 seconds. Yeah, so Joe, I'm gonna answer this in like less than 35 seconds. So with that being said, Joe, you sitting up here acknowledging me and everything. If what I said doesn't have any kind of merit or weight, you would sit up here and move on. In other words, it does hurt your heart to a certain degree because this whole Anglo-Saxon bullshit Christianity that you think of, it's not real. And when you understand gematria and you start to understand certain things about this world, and you've done extensive research on the Luciferians, because I have encountered these devils before on multiple occasions, and they're fucking paid off bitch ass fucking people, right? That they have in these different religions, even the religion that I am. You start to find out that all of these clowns, all right, are under the order of the Jesuits in the Catholic Church, including your faggot ass rabbis, all right, your faggot ass Israelite niggas, all right, you know, like the biblical smoke motherfuckers, they're all Catholic owned, all right. These fucking Christians like Joel Osteen's gay ass, they're all fucking under the thumb of the Catholic order.
I get what you're trying to say.
Joe, do you control me? I just found that out.
Yeah. I mean, look, I do realize that the Catholics, we have 2.4 billion people. We're in how many countries? 75, 80 countries or something like that. Probably more than that today. I realize the power and influence of the Catholic Church. In fact, the Catholic Church has done more to convert people to follow Jesus Christ than any other Christian church has. We're very
They
successful.
also killed Jesus too, though, brother.
Catholics. Now that's a new one. That's a fucking new one.
What's the full name of the Catholic Church?
I've never heard someone accuse Catholic.
It's called the Roman Catholic Church. Pontius Pilate was Roman, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking
He
about.
wasn't a Catholic though, bro.
They weren't Catholics.
He wasn't a Catholic. I guess this low IQ conversation. Y'all, it's okay.
The Catholic exist then?
No, this goes back to something we were talking about earlier. How white men
No, the Catholics even exist during the time of Jesus.
don't really have this collective. Yeah, so no, this goes back, and I'm going to relate them up. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. With white men, don't have this collective perception of each other, where there is nuance and clearly the Romans that shoved the spear in the side of Jesus when he died were not Catholics. I know that
Catholics didn't even exist at the time, man.
but Randy seems to think so.
How did they change from the Caesar to the clergy? That's what you want us to focus on if you're going to do.
Yeah, now that occurs about 600 years later.
Yeah,
no, I don't know that.
Yeah, Joe, so real quick, this is just real briefly, man, real quick. Do you understand in D.C., right, in D.C., Washington, there is something called Rome on the Potomac? The point is that why would that phrase be in the Capitol or a monument of the capital of the United States? And you also have to ask yourself, why is the Pope revered by all religions throughout the whole fucking world? Do you understand what the word Catholicism or Catholic means, Joe? Do you know what it means?
The universal church.
Exactly. So there is universalism. You're unifying everybody. So,
I will say though,
What it means is we don't discriminate against nationality, race. We don't discriminate if you're a Jew or if you're not a Jew. So I mean, like, that's what universal means. Is it's a church that there wasn't a bloodline or hereditary things like that.
Yeah, you know what? It deals with, and that's my point, Joe. When you deal with these religions,
But that's not true, though.
Like when you deal with, let me just say this, and you guys got it, because I want to hit a point in a note that Joe is not aware of. I don't know if he believes in this Bible Belt Christian bullshit, right? But you know, which says that's entirely different Christianity that was taught during the medieval times, right? But beside the point, when you look at the Torah law, when you look at the things that are written in the very holy 1611 King James Bible, right, with the full books, and even if you have your own 66 books, right, those laws forbid universalism. It is actually inclusive. It's actually exclusive, not inclusive, right? So when you get into the Catholic Church, including all these different ideologies and different people, is literally going against, right, the tenets of the scriptures, right? And some of the church
also took that whole look at the Bible too, brother.
Yeah, I know, and they also have their own perverted aspect of what they believe the Bible is, which is the reason why you have the so-called Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, to pervert the word of the Most High and bringing all kinds of damnable heresies and shit. But my point, and I'm gonna end here, Joe. But my point is, right, is the fact that this whole situation that you're trying to defend with these Catholics, they control the CIA. They even put in your fucking movies like Jack Ryan, a Central Intelligence agent, where they sit up here and tell you, because they put it in their media, that they're bullshitting their media, and the CIA does control the media, so the Jesuits do. You know, you'll see the 201 number all throughout. You see the number 144 all throughout, if you understand your gematria coding, numerology. But yeah, I mean, like they said, I mean, the Catholics are this would run the world, but they're humble about it.
No, all right. Wait, I will this. That's true. Not all Catholics are like evil.
Hold on. So I need some clarification here. Greg, real simple. Is it the Jews or the Catholics that run it?
The Jews are. I'm answering, and I'm going on indefinite mute, and you guys got it. What's purported, Joe, all right, is that the Jews run the world. That's the bullshit line that they like to tell you. And of course you have, certain Jews that actually believe that. But the truth is that the Catholics, the Vatican, and the Pope, and the Jesuits, like Pete Hegseth, who has a Templar Knight fucking cross on his fucking arm, cats like that, they're the ones controlling shit. All right, so yeah, those are the people that run the world, and I'm going on indefinitely after this. When you have certain people in Hollywood, like the dude that played, that was the son of Sanford and Son, the son, not Red Fox, but his son in that film 2 years ago. Because he passed away. I'm pretty sure he got fucking hit put on him, but he started to reveal certain things about Hollywood, and I can bring out many other different individuals. And some of them will talk about Jews, but other ones will talk about the real meats and things. People, he sat up here and said, he said this when he was bringing out everything in Hollywood. He said the enemy is not who you think. According to what I've seen throughout my time in Hollywood, the people that control the world and run the society, run Hollywood, he could have said the Jews, but he said the Jesuits. Of all people. So there's other examples of that. So a lot of these guys are.
Question. It's the Catholics. The Catholics.
I also
We'll go to you next. I just need to make it to Abby. I've been promoted to the head of the line.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, can you give me a meeting with the Pope? At this point, I know he went to Villanova, but like if you guys know all this shit and control it, that's a lot of power. And I was talking a few hours ago about our futures bets. Like maybe there's some info there.
I mean, well, wait, hold up. You're in the Kabbalah. Wait, you're in the Kabbalah.
Yeah, I love this, Joe. Joe, you've been
You're in the Kabbalah. You should know about Gematria.
Hold on, right? No, you had your, so you were going to go on indefinite mute. So you hold your word. Amar, you were next.
Okay, the whole reason we are able to talk in Clubhouse, Zoom meeting, or the reason that Chad could talk here is because of Danny Cohen, who is a Jewish. Without him, you would not be able to use Clubhouse. Did you know that?
Okay, do you want me to go over it again?
That's it. Okay. The reason you are able to talk here, or in any voice call or telecommunication, is because of Danny.
He's correct.
Shenanigans.
A black woman created GPS. Without GPS, you would not be able to connect to cell phone towers. So what? Like, what do you need? We can nitpick any.
Do you use Waze?
It takes a.
Do you use Waze? Saskia? See, I think I have that one on you, Joe.
No, but if I could piggyback off go ahead, Joe. My bad, bro.
Well, what happened to Bell? Wasn't it Bell that invented the telephone?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was hard. That was hard lines, bro.
Yeah, remember the whole concept of the telephone? What was Bell
It's about internet.
Do you claim him?
Yeah, what I wanted to know is Bell a Jew or a Catholic? I got it.
You probably have him. We have Dell. You've got Bell.
That was you have to have a hard line. You have to be connected via wires to do that. Like what the tap and shoe. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Okay.
What am I talking about? The tap and shit. Y'all know what the fuck.
We have voicemail too. We created.
Well, Bell and Tesla, they were like contemporaries around the 19th century, and they were, kind of rivals, inspiring each other, thriving off each other.
Well, here's a little bit of trivia. Yeah, here's a little bit of trivia. The original centennial 100-year anniversary of our country, the celebration was in the city of Philadelphia, and they had an exhibition of inventions, and Alexander Graham Bell showed his new invention of the telephone at Memorial Hall on July 4th, 1876.
For the record, Alexander Graham Bell was a Protestant, so we got to give the Protestant work ethic.
What about Edison? Do you get Edison?
Wait, who?
Oh, it's just a dude they named a city in Jersey after. There's no one that.
Even if you're much.
Yeah, too much. I don't know. It's a little dark in here. I have to put the light on. Could you tell me what Edison?
Yeah, he stole everything from Tesla.
Do you think he stole from Tesla?
Yeah, he stole from everybody, but that's everybody.
But he got a city. Tesla didn't get a city.
What was he?
Thomas Edison was a Protestant.
Another Protestant.
He was a Protestant. Damn, these Protestants and their work ethic.
Okay, how about electricity? Can we go to Franklin? What was Franklin? It was Diaz, no?
Yeah, Tesla was a Christian.
He was a Christian. I think he didn't agree. Edmund Randolph was not Bell.
Hey guys, can you name any Muslims that created anything?
No.
Yes, come on. This is.
Yeah, there are architectures like
the number of people in Silicon Valley. There's a lot of smart people that added to creating lots of different inventions. And there's Indians, there's Muslims, there's Jewish, there's Russians, there's people from Japan. There's people from all over the world.
Yeah, but
many contributors. There were people from
Indians. You can include Indians.
Oh, we got Google. I forgot about that. We get Google.
Yeah, and who's the CEO of Google?
Just for the record, Franklin was was raised Puritan, Congregationalist, a Calvinist Protestant, but later on just identified as a deist.
You need to understand. You need to understand something. Okay, I'll tell you something. Jews, Christians, and Indians have contributed to technology, but you cannot say that about Muslims.
What? Well, you know, there were Indian inventors that actually.
Yeah, exactly. You can point to Indians and Jewish and Christians for all the modern technology, but I can't name anyone who is Muslim who has done that.
Man, you should probably Google it. They did something, bro. Oh wait, actually, mathematics, bro.
I mean, there
numbers. I heard of it.
Symbols, okay, they were invented in India long
The
ago.
architecture is top tier, very mathematical. Like
Numbers, bro. Numbers
were invented in India. The numbers we use, the 1, 2, 3, were the symbols were used from Arabic. That's it.
Shenanigans. I'm not even like I know that for a fact. Mathematics comes from there.
No, mathematics comes from the Indians.
It comes from Samaria.
Numbers? No.
Yeah, numbers.
Well, okay, all right. So let me. The modern day numbers, like the modern day numbers we use.
It's just the symbols, okay?
Yeah, the symbols themselves.
And those symbols were stolen from India. Okay, shut up.
But I'm not gonna lie.
Just if this is all you got, we'll give you numbers. We won't take them away from you.
They stole the numbers from India. Okay, just Google it.
That's not true at all, brother. At all.
Yeah, the idea of math and Roma wants up to you from 3 different places, independent of each other.
Like what?
Samaria, India, India.
Exactly.
Wait, are you reading that right now? Hold on. What'd you say, William?
All 3 of those areas, those civilizations, all developed some level of mathematics and numbers independent of each other.
Repeat the
Basic time period. Yeah, and China all kind of invented their own version of mathematics and numbers.
I have a question for Ahmad.
The numbers we use right now: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
from India.
Okay, the question is, who invented the zero?
India.
How do you invent a number?
Yeah,
Amar, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, wait, Joe, I think you get Galileo, right?
No, Aryabhatta invented zero.
Amar, what about the Mughals, the Muslim Indians?
The Mughals, yeah. The Mughals were conquerors. They were not. Okay, you need to understand.
Yeah, they weren't native to India. We got that part.
Okay.
Right, the Greeks. Don't forget the Greeks.
Yeah,
all the way and
Nobody cares about the Greeks.
Euclid? Really?
Okay.
yeah, everybody cares about how many.
Guys,
Man, stop cutting them off.
the Muslims came to India. Okay, they were existed in 1400, right? 1400 AD. But we invented these things long back. Okay.
Omar,
So wait, let me ask you
Omar,
another question.
it was multiple many cultures and religions that had developed mathematics. But the first people that did that were the Babylonians, 2000.
Okay, we are not saying that.
Sumerians.
Was it Sumer? No? Was it the Sumerians?
So it was the Sumerians.
Yeah, Sumerians.
But around the same time, the Indians and the Chinese had their own versions as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the Babylonians were not Muslim. The ancient Egyptians were not Muslim. Ancient Greeks were also not Muslim back then. Well, never.
What were they?
Yavata in
Yes.
they were Hindu and they were also not Muslim. And then Muhammad ibn Musa, he wasn't Muslim, but this was 780 CCE.
780.
Wait, back then were the Egyptians white or black?
Depends on which time period you're talking about.
Okay, go.
The one she's talking about. I'm talking about the one.
The Kushites were black. Folks from the Hyksos were lighter skinned.
Okay, Ahmad, one more question, please. One more question. Okay, so you said the Mughals and they were So you're telling me outside of their castles where they can measure the stars and they have like different installations and rulers and things that measure the planets, you're telling me that the Mughals didn't invent that?
No, the Mughals did not invent that, okay? The Mughals
Did not invent what? I'm confused.
Okay,
So outside of their castles, they have like almost like playgrounds of different measurements and different things that measure certain planetary bodies.
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. It's astronomy, okay? It is astronomical schools. There are schools of astronomy in different places of India, okay? They study about stars, they study about astronomical stuff, they study about planets. And we have the concept of 9, okay, that is different, but planets and the Earth being round way back before anyone ever knew. Okay, we don't consider the Earth as flat. Okay, we knew earlier on. It was a discovery that in the West that happened with the whoever.
Shenanigans. Galileo said that way, but what the fuck are you talking about?
Galileo studied after the Indians. That's what I'm talking about.
And y'all landed a shuttle on the moon too, right?
Right.
No, you guys have some great inventions. Like if anybody wants to study the Saganap bows, which is what the speaker company is named after, Indian scientists.
Yeah, scientists. And okay, and if you want to talk about numbers, okay, the globe said, okay, it was 700 AD, and the Muslim religion didn't happen until 1400 AD. Okay, so the person.
Did you just Google that?
Yeah, no, everybody knows that 1400 AD the Muslims came.
Everybody doesn't know shit.
Copernicus, just speaking of astronomy, who gets
That's
The
correct.
White Gates? No, he wouldn't agree.
No, he was like European.
Italian or something.
Italian or Polish.
Okay,
Italian, I think.
Let's fact it. When did Copernicus
I'm
find
gonna give it to Joe.
Invented the calendar. We are.
Gregorian calendar that we follow today.
Copernicus.
Which should show you something, right? We don't follow the Jewish calendar where you go by the phase of the moon. We're on a solar calendar, which is based off the pagan little calendars of was it Monday through Sunday and whatnot.
No, Sunday.
Yes. Now, we have Sunday, right? Sunday is for sun worship. Saturday is for Saturn worship. Where do these motherfuckers come from? They come from Rome. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see this shit, but you're calling me a lunatic. Get that bitch.
Don't forget, a majority of the Supreme Court is Catholic too.
I mean, they are. Oh, you know who else supports the Jesuits? The president does. Donald Trump. Donald Trump himself is a Jesuit educated motherfucker himself. And he also was wearing some weird satanic vampire looking Roman Catholic garments supporting this shit in one of his videos. Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Who gives a fuck? Because what do you mean who gives a fuck? You should give a fuck? Why? The hell? Okay, so who runs the banks? Who gives a fuck? Oh, so it doesn't matter. I don't care at all. So you don't care about taxes. Bro, that shit ain't gonna stop me, bro. Oh, it ain't gonna stop you. So if they sit up here and say, you know what, this fat nigga named King, I'm King LeBron, I'm gonna shut his shit down because I don't like him because he's saying some shit that I don't like. What are you gonna do then?
Well, am I not supposed to be their arch enemy as an Iranian? How come I did get along? What are you
To be honest, I think you're Jewish.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question. Hold on. King, if I was to talk to you like that, I assume you would be somewhat offended coming from a white man. Why do you let Char talk to you like that?
What do you mean?
Char just talks to you like a little bitch. Why do you let him talk to you like that?
I don't. To be honest, bro, I don't. It's not. My belief system does not allow people who I deem less than me, like, why would I, like, that shit don't mean nothing to me, bro.
Wait, I thought you were
grown. Did she say
Yeah, literally.
several times?
Now you understand. So why would I give a fuck about with somebody who I don't deem on my level? Like, why would I give a fuck, bro?
You're definitely right. We're not on two. We're entirely two different intellectual levels. That's for damn sure. I guarantee you don't have a library like me. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you half of the motherfuckers on this stage have them. You know what? Wait.
Let me ask you a question.
Marshall got a library. I think
Wait a
Marshall
minute.
has some.
Because you read books, that makes you smart.
Fellow got some knowledge. You know what I mean? But
oh my goodness.
when it comes to someone, you know, who boasts of knowledge, like what's this nigga's name? King Laban. Right, all praise to the Most High. Usually that's what Israelites say. So I don't know if you're Israelite. I don't know if you sit up here and watching videotapes. And I'm gonna watch a couple of teaching videos. Probably saw one of my teaching videos. I'm gonna watch 200 videos and say I'm an elder now. That's a lot of stupid.
I'm an elder.
Pseudo intellectual cats like you like to do. Kind of like, you know, in the realm like where Abby's at, right? She thinks because she's been around rabbis and I know a first in the Torah. I have to add it to Israel. Like that's supposed to mean anything. You don't know shit.
Why did you just talk like that? You're a grown ass man.
It's just
That's a really interesting comment, isn't it?
Are there levels to like the BHI order? Like where do you rank?
Well, there's no order. First and foremost, there's groups in sects, it's like Christianity. But if you're asking like people who have certain knowledge, I mean, certain people regard me as one of the top guys. But that's one of the
If you got arrested and went to prison, like you would be like the top dog, like you'd be giving orders and stuff.
Oh wait, what are you implying that Israelites go to jail?
I'm just saying there's groups. Like, would you run the show, like on the show on HBO? Would you run like the clown?
No, I'd be a fuck. Listen, I might not make it in prison. You know why? Because I'm not joining no group. I hate all you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck if you're Aryan Nation, if you're black, if you're fucking cartel. All these motherfuckers are fine. Motherfuckers ain't shit, man. That's how I feel.
I know you don't know.
But no, on a serious note. I mean, listen, Levon, the reason why I'm giving you such hell is just you can't say some ignorant shit like that, bro. I'm only saying that to show love. So you don't give a fuck of who's controlling your Federal Reserve notes? Do you know what the Federal Reserve note is?
I don't get, brother.
So you don't care? So you don't know what a Federal Reserve note is?
Not at all. I can get. Listen,
what is money? Listen,
nothing is gonna matter until
that's what I'm talking about. How the fuck you sit here and stop all of this shit? You don't sit here and say that somebody's not on your level. You don't even know what the fuck a Federal Reserve note is.
Like I said,
what the fuck real money is.
Like I said, until Jesus comes back, none of this shit matters, bro.
You know what? It's pissing me off. Just it's almost as much as fucking this fake Jewish lawyer named Abby. It almost pissed me off as much as
Jewish.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you are.
Let's see. I've only known about Judaism because I talked to a rabbi from time to time. I'm a graduate of Jewish school, by the way. 12 years of it, of private Jewish. Yeah, I'm not even going to sit here and credential myself, but maybe we can, if Kellogg's in, we can just yap away in Hebrew and.
Is it mitzvah pie? What does that mean?
Italian mamzer, motherfucker.
Isn't that where the Jewish rabbis?
What did you ask?
Yeah, you don't want to answer.
I didn't hear you.
Guys, you need to hear this, okay?
What is it? The mitzvah pie or something like that?
Mishpacha.
I don't know.
Mishpacha. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But I don't have to
idea.
pronounce it
It's something
because I
like
just
that.
talked to a rabbi.
It's the practice of where the rabbis suck the.
No rabbi does that, and that's true.
That's
and I would say something negative about
why was there a massive herpes outbreak?
So that's a pretty awful thing to say, isn't it? Why do you deny the Holocaust earlier in the room, and now you do this? Like, there's something really wrong with you. Yeah, you did.
That's weird how you put words in my mouth.
I heard your words.
You denied the Holocaust.
I heard your words. I heard them.
Yo,
and you know, it's really disingenuous. It's disingenuous.
You're weird.
No, I'm anything but weird. But I have an ear and I listen. And I heard what you've been saying. I've also heard is very.
But that's what you guys like to do, though, you know.
Also,
Because I never want
now it's interesting that it's the Jesuits and the Jews that are the targets, and we are the problems that everybody else has in the world. Just find someone to blame other than looking into yourselves and seeing how your own.
You got a good bunch of pawns.
Shortcomings are.
You're a pawn.
Let's blame the judge.
Wait, Abby.
But
Isn't
Joe.
your friend a Trump?
Timothy, can we talk about football again or baseball?
Oh yeah, let's another Jesuit on fucking.
Oh, so Jesuits on the NFL now?
Hell no. Someone will say some shit of some value, please. I'm tired of hearing y'all talk about nothing.
Okay, let me start. Okay. Out of all the religion here, okay, Jewish people are more older than Christians and Muslims. They are the most kids alive, most earliest, right? Am I right or wrong?
No, the Zoroastrians.
Wait, what did you say? They're the most what, brother?
Out of the people here, that's what I'm talking.
Yeah, but you don't know if there's Zoroastrians in here. Iranians might be Zoroastrians.
And let me tell you something, okay?
I'm just being factual. I'm not trying to downplay.
What did he say? What word did he say?
He said, out of all the religions in this room, isn't Judaism the most, like, the oldest one? And I said, well, you don't know, because there might be, like, Iranians that are Zoroastrian and that predates Judaism.
Okay, and let me tell you something. There is someone, okay, our Indian texts were written at 2500 BCE. So literally, I am the person with the religion who is oldest. That is surviving. So that's what the point I wanted to make.
So you honestly, brother, I don't. Who cares if your religion is the made in cow shit?
What do
you think about reparations, Amar?
What do you mean by reparations?
Are you for reparations, or are you against it, or you don't care?
What do you mean by the reparations?
So, bro, wait, you telling me you've been here for 3 damn hours and you don't know what the fuck reparations are?
Honestly, I don't.
This man is here to defend the Jews, bro. That's it.
What's the definition again?
Dude, somebody or someone to. The reparations is. One more question for Mar. Are you Christian or Shiva?
Can we hear from an FBA about the definition of reparations?
It's just getting money for being enslaved, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that. We need reparations. Hello? Reparations are necessary. You know,
What's your nationality, Omar?
my nationality, I'm Indian.
Amar, are you from the Untouchables? Are you a part of the Untouchables?
Yes.
Or since you're on the level of the fascism,
I can't hear you guys. I can't hear you guys.
let me ask you a question. Since you're on the lowest level of the caste system, do you believe the ones higher up in the caste system should pay you for the struggles you've lived through?
And if they already do, we get paid.
Look at that.
Damn, that didn't go where you thought, huh, Joe? That's bad.
No, actually I do. What do they pay you, Amar?
Okay, they pay me educational. We can study for any university for free, and give us priority in government jobs.
Right.
I feel like you're lying.
I am lying.
So hold on, let's get this right. You get free education and you get positions in government. I think we've covered it.
That's not a bad package.
Number 5.
Okay, let me tell you something. Okay,
3, 2.
I'll tell you how the system works. Okay, the lowest Okay, they don't have to pay, they get money for studying. If they study in a university, they get monthly allowance, they get money.
How much monthly?
Can you study anywhere? Can you study anywhere?
Yeah,
As long as you get accepted? Like,
no, and there's a kind of, the milk is really subsidized for them to enter. But like if you need
Notice how he said it for them to enter. He's lying.
He's not lying, brother. This is the same dude that was willing to admit that his peoples wipe their ass with their hands. But I take his word for everything as the truth.
Yeah, but only the left hand.
Yeah, okay, and we wash it, not like Europeans who wipe it with the toilet paper and they stink.
Somebody's name says it's a wild.
You wiped your ass with your bare hand.
We wash it with our bare hands, yes.
Well, what if you get it like up your
No, we wash it with soap. We wash it, but we wash our hands. We wash our hands and our ass, okay, both together.
You guys are savages.
So you guys wipe it. Okay, imagine a Nutella in your hand. You wipe it with the toilet paper. You can, okay, and do you expect it to go off without washing?
So I just need to get this right. So you get reparations by them paying for education, kind of like a scholarship, and you have to wipe your ass with your hand.
No, everybody does that. It's normal thing. We also
Even the higher ups, they wipe.
Yeah, everybody does this.
Mark, will they subsidize if you get accepted into a university, foreign university?
So it is free.
Government will help you at all with that?
Okay, I got accepted. I didn't have to pay anything. Okay, the hostel fees or the stay is free. The examination fees are free. Okay, I don't need to, even if I fail, if I want to write re-examination, that is also free. Okay, and there are some people who are called scheduled tribes or scheduled castes. They are the lowest of all, and they get government job and they get money. Okay, I don't have to pay money because I'm not the lowest of them all. Okay, I am just above them.
What I thought you said earlier you were.
I am the lowest, but there are people who are tribes.
You were asked if he was untouchable. That's what your question was.
I am. Okay, I see. Okay.
Parsi?
There are untouchables who are in tribes. Okay, the tribes who cannot speak properly English even. They don't have education for that. Okay, and there are untouchables who are born by they might be born in a modern area. They might get the education because I got the education for free. Okay, so my dad said if I had to pay for your education, you wouldn't be studying. Just because you're free, I'm letting you go. Okay, and you get stipend every month for studying. That's how I studied.
Could you go to the elite colleges, the premier
Yes.
colleges?
That was my question, Stan.
Public colleges.
Okay, the most elite
Hold on, let me
college.
get some clarification though, Mark. You get the stipends for your education, but once you're done your education, do you receive any more checks?
Let me finish. Once you're done, you can apply for government exams. Okay, and you don't have to. You have separate cut-off marks for that particular category.
And could you go free to IIT?
Yeah, IITs have reservation for the reservation system. Okay, the people who join reservation, suppose a normal person have to score 75 percentile. They just need to have 35 percentile, or just need a cut-off.
Sounds like that's terrible.
Okay, you don't get. Let me make sure this is clear. You don't get money just for doing nothing though. Like you can't just. You say you're 40 years old. You don't have. You've already done your schooling. You don't just get paid money though to sit on your ass.
So if you apply for a job, you get a priority.
Priority. Like you're not at the top.
See, I'll tell you what. Okay,
Same, yes.
If you get okay, like 10% or 20% are reserved. Oh, not 20%. 40% of seats are reserved for reservation. Okay, only 50% are the 50% of the seats is general. Anyone can go for it, and 40% percentage of seats are reserved for different levels. Okay.
His question is do you get a check if you're in a lower caste system, even if you don't have a job?
No.
After you graduate, you're happy kind of.
That's
thing.
right.
When you're studying in the university, if you're studying in the university, which you can at any age, okay, they will pay you. They don't charge you fees, and they pay you for studying.
Can you study anything you want? Like,
Yes, you can study anything you want.
different than what we've
You can study anything you want. You can study anything you want.
Joe, did you just say how is that different than what America does?
It's not. Literally, LBJ ran on education reform as a form of reparations, and also housing assistance as a form of
And
reparation.
one more thing,
The reparations are even.
I ain't gonna lie, I went to college for free. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. But I'm not an idiot either.
Go. Look at that. So I don't really know. Then we've solved the problem, right?
I mean, I didn't go to school for free because I was black, though.
Are you sure?
You know what I'm saying?
Did you get your degree?
The Native Americans,
What
what is it?
What you
I didn't graduate. Hell no.
What did you
Electronic engineering technology.
see, do you know why?
I literally just told you.
Guys, hear this out. Okay, hear this out. Okay, do you know why they promote this? Okay, because there's a saying here. Okay, when these lower caste becomes in positions of power, okay, this caste will decrease. Okay, because since everyone is in the government position are the holding government positions, which is the most powerful positions in the country. Okay, the government is actively trying to destroy this caste system.
Sounds like DEI, brother. That's what it sounds like. A bunch of people who aren't supposed to be in positions getting positions, bro. That's what it sounds like to me.
As reparations. See, if you get a government job, okay, it's like a secure thing. They cannot fire you. Okay, unless you unless proven you did a bribe or something or a corruption.
Sounds like America. Sounds just like America.
What's a good job? Is it like, what's the role? Is it like cleaning streets or cleaning like a janitor for like the government building?
You know damn well they're not cleaning those streets over there.
Let me tell you something. There are different types of government jobs. Okay, there is IAS, okay, Indian administrative section, like something like that. Okay, IPS, Indian Police Service. Okay, and there are like RBI. Okay, there are like state level teachers. Okay, teachers in government schools. Okay, teachers or doctors in government colleges, government hospitals, and you have to know government. Okay, in my state, in my province actually. Okay, education is free for everyone. Okay, you can.
So wait a minute. So why did you just make it seem like it was a lower caste thing?
I tell you why. Because it is free.
Because you're a liar.
No, but in private institutions, okay, it is not free for everyone. But it is free for lower caste. That's what I'm saying about it. Do you understand what I mean?
So like
the IITs.
Yeah, like the IITs.
What are you saying? What is that? Oh, copy.
Yeah, and other general categories or people who are other upper caste have to pay, but the people who are lower caste don't have to pay. In my state, in my province, it's free, but in other provinces, it's not free. It's only free for the.
How far can you go with it? Will they pay for postgraduate education as well?
Yeah, postgraduate education is free as well.
And medical law. Okay.
That is crazy.
You can study medical things.
Which is amazing if you think of all the Indian doctors and people that come into our med schools, and we're at what, 300 to 400 grand to get through med school here, and you're saying you can go to med school for free. Will they pay for foreign education though? That was my question before.
No, they don't. No, okay. See, in Indian government colleges, okay, the everyone except the reserved category, that is a lower caste, should pay. Okay, and they don't have to pay, and they only need to score a lower percentage than the rest of the people to get it.
Yeah, okay, copy. I see what you're saying. But you're saying technically you can get your doctorate for free, right?
Yeah, but you have to
That is fucking insane.
you have to pass the fucking exam. That's the system.
You do realize in the U.S. you get a PhD for free if it's in a STEM field.
Yeah, and a lot of disciplines, Stan, are now once you get to PhD level, usually you're not paying.
I didn't pay that when I went anyway. As long as you're smart enough, they'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
How many?
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I couldn't do the homework. That shit, I mean, I could never do homework even in high school, so I'm not finna go home and that shit, yeah, fuck that.
So let me tell you one more thing, okay? Let me tell you one more thing about my province, actually. I'm very proud of my province. Okay? It is, okay, women can try.
Hey, quick question, real quick, Amar, I have a question. Do y'all go to school, like, elementary, middle school, and high school for 8 hours a day?
Yeah, that we do. Yeah, we do. And you get food, and in the government schools, you get food for free. And you don't have to pay anything. Okay, and you get food for free.
Wow.
If you go to a government college, not a private one, okay?
Wow.
And in government, there are private schools, everyone has to pay except this guys, okay? And in government schools, no one has to pay, okay? No one has to pay for school fees. No one has to pay for lunch, okay? No one has to pay for. No one has to pay for. The government is doing it. The government is paying for it.
Wow.
So can you Amar, can you explain to be considered the lowest or like a class like you? How do you qualify for that?
See, since the education is free and compulsory, okay, we have to go. Okay, I have no choice. If some in my province, if my parents didn't let me go for studying, they are committing a crime.
No, he's asking, like how you said that you're considered the lower caste. He's saying, what makes you the lower caste?
I'll tell you. So, when you are born, okay, you are born to a dad and mom. Okay, just like you are born to a Christian, just like you are born to a Muslim family. Okay, I am born to a particular fisherman community. Okay, we are not fisherman community. We are boat building community. Okay, that is the occupation of my community. And there are people who are warrior community, who are members of in the army, and there are priest community who used to do priesthood in temples. Okay, so these castes are based on the occupation of the people, and a certain community always did a certain type of occupation, not because you were born into a particular occupation community. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it traces good names to your last names.
It's fine because it is not considered. It is considered lucky to be born in a nowadays because you get free education, free job. Okay, not free job. Okay, you get money for studying. You get all the benefits if you are born into a lower caste. If you know how to utilize that properly.
I just don't understand how this is any different than what we do by federally funding HBCUs and anything else.
Brother.
What I'm trying to say, it's not economic.
I was talking to Joe, bro, not you, man.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying it that it is not based on the economic status of the family. It's completely based on which caste you were born into. Okay, if you are, do you know why? Because do you know why that's an issue? Why the government is giving caste based, not financial, economic based? I'll tell you why. If I wanted to marry someone from a priesthood family, okay, they would not let me. Okay. Even if we are economically same, okay, the priesthood family would not give their woman into my community. Okay, that is the so
So it's more of a social thing, is what you're saying.
yeah, it's
Like
a social thing.
Copy.
But if you have
Government is
Amar, if you have a government, can you marry then other people?
if you got a government job, it's still okay. Now there are people who wouldn't let who are marrying that because they are in a different caste, and this the government will keep giving until this stops. That people don't see other humans based on caste, okay, and see them as humans. This is a reparation. This is called the actual reparation, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the only Joe, that's what I'm saying. That's like it's not like paying to go to school.
I mean, that's a solid argument that says, what we should do to descendants of chattel slavery is offer free education. I mean, you might get a lot of supporters for that.
Joe, did anyone float the idea of bringing back WPA and maybe that concept as opposed to reparations? Based on what we just heard, he had to, in order to receive this assistance, he had to go to school and he had to complete school to receive it. What about the concept of WPA?
What is WPA?
It's under Roosevelt, when, what the New Deal was. Right.
Works Progress.
Yes, Works Progress Administration. So it's jobs and infrastructure. And it basically, instead of giving someone money, they gave someone a job. They gave someone a tool. So you'll see certain bridges, or you'll see buildings, or even, in the city I grew up in, they gave jobs to artisans, and but it was a way to infuse the economy and give people income. So instead of just handing them a check, they gave them a project to do, or a job, and that was the New Deal.
The only reason why
Just one sec. I was asking Joe about the item.
I think it would be great to some degree for all Americans, and I think that's where the line is drawn with reparations. It's like, look how, if we allow all Americans to do it, well then
money. Well, just like what government money. I mean, in those days, so that was the mid-30s, but they employed it was a little under 9 million people. By this, I don't remember what the U.S. population was in the 30s. But it was disbanded. It only existed, I think, up until mid 40s when we were in the war. And then obviously things were repurposed under the war effort anyway. But the concept is, instead of giving someone a check, you give them a tool, or you give them, an actual job.
See, all right, go ahead, John. My bad.
Then I'll pass it right over to you. I do think we have things for people that are in need, and this goes for all races in America, is that if you are on some sort of assistance, one of the requirements is you're supposed to be either looking for a job or trying to find a job or have a job, things like that. I don't know all the details to it, but I think there is things. But me personally, my ideology, I don't think the government can ever run something, and it would probably be used for nefarious purposes for politics. However, the sentiment is fantastic. If we could actually have something that wasn't put in our system just intended to divide and conquer us for votes, I would love it. But I just don't trust the people.
One more thing, and I'm
Wait, hold on. King was gonna just one
guys,
second.
I have to leave. I just want to make one point. Okay, India is a socialist country. Okay, you need to know that India is a socialist country, and your country is a capitalist country. Okay, so
That's why country sucks.
yeah, so because of the socialist thing, okay, stamped into our constitution, okay, the government also gives both things. They give private section, and they have a communist state, okay, from communist state which allows private sector to run. People democratically elected the communists here, okay. So that's how, and all the lands of the upper community were divided amongst, okay, the poor. Do you know that? It's called land distribution, okay. The lands were distributed to every worker. That
sounds like indentured servitude.
Yeah, so these are all reparations.
Somebody said, yeah.
Okay, Mark, one real quick question.
Did you say our country sucked because it's capitalist?
But
No, I said his country sucked.
I got to respond, King. You saw through it. That's exactly what it is.
Of course, I'm not an idiot, brother.
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about is if we did put something in place like this, it would just turn into something nefarious.
Exactly. So it would violate the idea of America being a capitalist. Okay, and you cannot bring socialist ideas.
So what I was telling you about was actually a Democrat that was our president then. You know, if you know the history of the New Deal and of FDR. So what I didn't give you, and what Joe, that's why I asked Joe the question, was the Republican response to the New Deal. And clearly the first thing Joe said was correct of how it can be misappropriated and misused. But it was a policy of the Democrat administration.
It would be.
All right, this is what I'm saying in response to that. First of all, I think that's like it's almost like a back, if they were to do that, it'd be like a backhanded thing. You know what I'm saying? Because like literally every other group of people that had something happen to them they got money for it, period. You know what I'm saying? Like the Native Americans money, the Jewish people money, the was it Koreans or Japanese, whatever, and they only did 10 years money, like, and they were in German camps, they weren't even killed, you know what I'm saying? But black people in literal slavery for hundreds of years, bro, and you're telling me that you're trying to just give us free school? Like, I get what you're saying. What if the nigga not smart? What if they're retarded, bro? Like, I'm being serious. Like, I'm not even.
The actual point here is make them grow, okay? Give them enough tools so that.
What if they can? What if they can?
Okay, they should try, right? You cannot always be a victim.
Brother, the fact that you're from the country that you're. I'm trying not to crash,
and they gave me the opportunity, and I took it. Okay.
Come on, yes, that's because you were capable, bro. You.
And hold on, we can't pass that up. This man wipes his ass with his hand, and he said, "Don't be a victim."
Yo, one question. Do you have a knife out now?
Hands so be it. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, you know what? Government gave me 15.
If somebody asks, and maybe you don't have a sister, but ask your sister.
Okay, so my sister actually did a love marriage, which is very good. That's common. Okay, so it depends on the family. Okay.
Yeah,
So one of those benefits that you got were given privately. They were given in a capitalist way as opposed to in a socialist way, so that you work for a company and the company pays for your education. And
okay, that's
a little more, and you're incentivized by the company.
I think it's funny that a Jewish person.
I'll tell you how that works. Okay, so the government is funding startups. Okay, without tax, okay. If you want to start a community, start a business. Okay, for 3 years. Okay, you don't have to pay tax. That's what they give.
Yeah, America does it for y'all too.
How do you handle diarrhea?
Diarrhea? We have free hospitals. We have free hospitals. You don't have to pay anything to get medication.
No, I'm talking about how do you handle wiping it?
We wipe it and we wash it with soap.
Dry flip. Yeah, if you don't take a bath after diarrhea, then.
Yeah, we wipe it and we wash it with soap. Okay.
Stop being victim.
You guys wipe it with toilet paper and you don't wash this ass.
Can we start a campaign, a charity to send toilet paper to India, please? Let's start donating every roll you buy, send one to India.
Guys, you spray perfume there, right?
We spray perfume after
Now I think we send like just cases of those white.
We use essential oils, Amar. It's essential oils.
They're fucking out of stock in their shit or something.
Like a little bit of, yeah.
But I prefer, okay, using toilet paper and washing with a gun at the
Do
same
you
time.
have a spray gun, like a spray?
Yeah, you do.
You have the spray gun by the toilet, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, in India, when you go to the toilet, they have those spray guns. They have them in the Arab countries too.
Not everywhere.
not
though.
like
Like a hose with a spray.
Like Japan.
Wiping.
The Japan is like it's like the PhD of toilets. I mean, that's the Toto. That's a whole other.
Guys, listen.
They figured it out.
If you go into a train, guys, if you go into a train in India, you can find two types of toilets. Okay, one is the Indian
The
toilet,
squatter.
one is the European toilet. Okay, you can find both them, and you have a spray gun, one with a spray gun and one with a short one. You can.
Which hand do you use to wipe? Which hand? Use your right hand to wipe and your left hand to shake and eat?
No, we use the left hand to wipe, and we use the left hand to wipe and right hand to eat.
If there's a spray gun, why are you using your hand? Like what?
Okay, I'll tell you why. We use spray gun with our hand. We use spray. Okay, even if you spray gun, the shit will not leave.
You gotta be done.
Okay, try.
No, but back to what we were saying, I feel like just giving free school, I don't think that's fair, bro. Not everybody is smart enough to go to school. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, if you study, I feel everyone is smart enough to study.
That's not true.
If you listen in the class, okay,
That's not true.
if you
What about people with Down syndrome, bro?
Okay, Down syndrome, okay, school them, but
That was the idea I had. They give special schools. Just the Jewish people that we didn't even have.
you need to understand to bring up
For healthcare, that's it. That was it. No, we don't receive reparations. And by the way, my grandparents were pogrom. We should be able to get that for what we suffered.
What's pogrom? What's that?
You don't know what the word pogrom?
No.
It's
guys. What I'm trying to say is you cannot bring up.
Let her finish, bro. Why do you keep interrupting?
I'm saying you cannot bring up a community by giving free money. Okay, you have to bring up that community by giving them good jobs and good education. Okay, so that they can support themselves.
What is pogroms?
it was organized attacks and massacres to the community, either killing them or beating them. Or
that's not good. They definitely should go off some money.
And that, did you ever? I mean, I don't want to sound really trite. I'm trying to think of something that would be very known. Did you ever hear of the show? It was also a movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Do you know that? Did you ever hear of that?
No, man.
Okay, so it's a Broadway show. So the storyline is that the family had to flee. They had to leave all the shtetls and the villages in these places because they were being pogromed. They were being attacked. My point is, it's happened in different cultures in different places. And for my grandparents' generation and their parents, they had to flee, and they came to America at the turn of the century.
Yes.
Right. So maybe I should be going back to the Ukrainian government or the Russian government together.
Yeah, they should come up off that.
Yeah, they should, right? And Putin's got enough money.
You're talking about some generations. I'm talking about 400 years.
It's many generations of what they suffered there. The Tsarist Russia? Under Tsarist Russia? Many generations.
What about the Bolsheviks?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the Bolsheviks. That's who did it.
That did not happen to Jews. Are you serious? Wait,
It did not happen.
Are you claiming the Bolshevik?
Cossacks.
You're an evil person.
Yeah, it was Prussia, it was the Cossacks.
It's a Cossacks. Cossack.
You're an evil person, bro.
I'm an evil person because my grandparents had to flee
That was the
Jewish
people killing Christians. What are you talking about?
Economitsky massacres, the 17th century. Was that a Jewish problem or a Polish-Lithuanian
You said
problem?
what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I don't know. No, it's not you. Can't pronounce it. But the most famous pogrom is probably the Khmelnytsky massacres. There was basically around 1700. That's the most. So if you have heard of any pogrom, you've heard of that. If you haven't, but it's probably the most important. When the Cossack forces under Khmelnytsky killed tens of thousands of people. So that's the sort of the origin story of pogroms there. And was that against Russians in general, Ukrainians in general, or did it target certain kinds of people? I just think that if we're talking about parts of the world we don't know, it's just impossible to go through a lot of history. But pogrom is true, happens all over the world. But the reason the mass migrations of Jews, whether people like it or not, to the United States happened from the Ukraine or from Poland or from Russia, all the Ashkenazis people may like or may not like, is in response to pogroms. Like in 1881 to 1884, the Russian pogroms throughout Ukraine and Poland after the assassination of Tsar Alexander was widespread destruction, murder, and rape, which in large measure had the U.S. open its borders. No repatriation, no money, but open its borders. And if you look at how and why Jews, whether you like them or not, Ashkenazim, ended up here, it was probably because they were escaping pogroms. You may like that or not like that, but that's why they're here. If anyone disagrees, I'm happy to listen, but that's why Ashkenazim ended up here.
No, I think you should lobby for it, and I think both of these ideas or concepts can exist in the same space. Definitely lobby for that.
I never thought to lobby for it.
I'm gonna go back to the Ukraine, Poland. I'm loving that.
I would use it as a tit for tat.
They're a little busy right now.
Reparations can't exist.
But my reparations would be useful right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so-
support you in it.
I'll support you too, honestly. We want to rethink this, and we want to rethink generation or 2 or 3 or 4 removed that has epigenetically impacted us and financially. I'm actually open to like a worldwide conversation of who owes who, complete with genetic testing, because people shouldn't just be getting it because of their skin color or what they practice. Let's just do it.
Jewish people owe black people as well, because majority of the slavers were
The
Jews.
majority of the slavers.
There weren't enough Jews here.
What year
Are you talking about? This is before the
what was Christopher Columbus?
Listen, Italian. But there certainly were Jewish
The
people
people in South Philly, very Italian.
Goodness. Oh,
Got
my.
statues,
You
they
said
got everything
Christopher
named
Columbus was
after them. Very Italian. They even got a day on the calendar named after them.
Was Christopher Columbus his original name?
I don't know. Why don't you ask his family?
Why don't you do some research?
I just want to know if the
I don't believe a conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy, it's history. You just don't know it.
I
It's
do
not a
know it.
conspiracy,
I
just
do
because
know
How
you
many
don't
Jews
know.
were in? Come on, guys, let's be real. How many Jews were in the United States in 1800? Approximately. Anyone know?
Christopher Columbus was
Answer the
Jewish.
question, King. How many Jews were in the United States in
Oh my
1800?
goodness.
Yeah, how many? Not a good time for enslavement, like a pretty dark time. How many Jews were in the United States in 1800 in total?
A lot.
Go ahead, give me the number. It's
I
not
have no idea. Google it.
I know what the number is because I know the history of the South. I'm from the South.
I don't know, less than 200,000.
Like, keep on going.
Less than 200?
Nope, it's about 2,000. Total, that includes kids.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, that includes kids. So being majority slaveholders, there weren't enough people. And that includes the Northerners and the kids.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
this is such a pet peeve of
Per
mine.
like this. Per capita, Jewish people owned more slaves than any other race.
How many slave owners were there in 1800 that were Jewish? How many?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying. Like, let's just talk facts. No, you can't do that, right? Like, either it's true or it's not true. But I'm totally open to have a conversation conversation of parts of it that are true, because it's real and that's fair.
Yeah.
Lots of founding fathers were slave owners, right?
I usually am not gonna Google it, but if you really want to know the truth, just Google it.
Well, from Thomas Jefferson's family then? I mean, like, you know, where do you want to start?
I think it's fascination with Jews. I really want to know. You said what? What is your fascination with Jews? I am not fascinated with it. I really want to know. I mean, I just know history, brother.
Yeah, because you studied
I'm
it.
not just talking to you in particular, but I just feel like a lot of people on this app is just really fascinated with Jews and Israel. Like, what's the fascination? There's only so much evil you can do before people look at it, bro. Like, I'm confused.
It's like penis envy, only it's foreskin envy.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, you just heard a fact of how many. It's just an obsession, and it's a scapegoat, and it's someone to blame. That's what it comes down to. I mean, the slave conversation is a good example of it. There were 2,000 living in the entire nation, including the North and including children. And the dude makes a comment that we were the majority of the owners. And then we asked the question, so how many owners were there in total? I mean, there's no logic in what but this is the kind of stuff we have to deal with. And as a result of what you hear on social media, I'm going to finish my point now. As a result, people get harmed. People go out with anger, and they have anger towards our community, and they pick up the phone and they do death threats, and they come and show up at our temples, and they do mean things to people just because of their ethnicity. And if we don't stop it when it grows like a cancer, like you're hearing here, where people who are sitting in the audience or sitting on the stage hear lies that then manifest and harm us, then if we don't cut it here and stop it, it's just going to grow. And it grew in Germany, and you saw what happened. It's grown in other cultures, and here you go again. And we have to, if it means coming up with the actual facts and trying to educate and teaching what a pogrom is, then we'll do that. But you just got to stop, because you don't understand that it turns into actual harm. And the statistics, thank you, Timothy, for letting me say.
So do you think it's on the same magnitude as the black community, or more?
Our hate, New York City, 70% against Jews. Any blacks want to give us what the percentage was?
I mean, do you want me to be honest?
No,
you can look it up. Mom Dottie released it. Mom Dottie released
the numbers.
It just released the numbers. You can look it up. It's nothing to do with me. Look it up.
It just got released. It's at an epic level. And that's why we have these issues of what's happening also with the mayor in New York and the stuff that he's saying. It's feeding blood libels. You're hearing blood libels on the stage. And then it turns into harm, actual physical harm. And our children and our grandchildren have to go to pray with armed guards around them. And we have to train our congregants what to do in the event of active shooters and harm coming into our buildings because of this kind of crap. And it's the same thing for the black community. Now I'm learning it's the same thing for the Jesuit community. You just can't do it. It's wrong. And it harms people. And if you don't understand that as a minority group, like, I don't know who else will understand it. Yeah, so
I don't hear people say Jewish fatigue. I be hearing black fatigue though.
Okay, well, let's talk about religion, because I mean, you can look at New York City. It's got a lot of Jews in it, right? If you look at the entire number of, you just look at the data. I'm reading it here. Religion-based hate crimes is the most recent data from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, updated June 2026. So, okay, a month ago. And it was reporting for 2024, which is the last year of full data. Okay, there are 405 incidents against Jews. How many do you think of the 405 incidents were against Jews?
Who cares?
Okay, you don't care. 343 of the 405 incidents were against Jews. If it doesn't impact you, okay, there's nothing more to say. But again, I'm going to say it again. Of the 405 incidents, 343 were against Jews. Against Muslims, 42. Okay?
Which is the same argument what I said also affects the Muslim community. It's harmful. It's just really harmful. And they're tropes. And it's to the black community, the Muslim community, now the Jesuit community. It just is wrong.
The goys are fighting back. Yeah, no, I mean,
No, hold on, King. Your behavior, like in your disregard to what's being read, is very reminiscent of who was the guy they just put in jail for murder? He killed Austin Metcalf. Showed no remorse, had no care about this at all. And maybe this is why like people don't take the reparation conversation.
I mean, I genuinely could give a fuck if you do or don't. I'm gonna be okay regardless.
Hold on, I gotta step in. No, that's not true. He didn't show no remorse, okay? He was suffering from epileptic seizures the entire trial. People that were inside were talking about how he was sitting there in the face. He also didn't have an opportunity to testify, to also say his about Carmelo Anthony. Free Carmelo Anthony, that's first of all. Oh, and so a couple other things I wanted to say. Now that
you took your letter again in prison? Wait, he had an opportunity to testify. He chose not to.
No, that's not true. That's why. That's the ground for what the William. Exactly. Look at the new motion that was just released for a new trial. Basis is of a situation, a handshake stuff that happened with the prosecution of basically his opportunity to testify. Prosecution changed the deal and manipulated the deal when Carmelo Anthony wanted to testify.
So his lawyers were incompetent, is what you're saying.
Yes, and also
lawyers, those lawyers made choices. He has the right to testify.
Yes, and sometimes that happens.
Allow him to testify.
Right, and
He should have stabbed the white boy.
Hold on, wait a second. And sometimes that does happen. And the judge, there was even a transcript of this, of the judge saying that he had not seen anything like it, quote, before when referring to how his defense attorney was working with the prosecution and the things that they were doing, saying because they had a history together. I don't know if you know that, but they actually, years ago, they worked at the same office. But anyway, I don't want to get this, I don't want to make this into a Carmelo Anthony case.
Something about this. If there was a conflict of it, why didn't he step in and say, hey, this isn't right?
He was worried about being in front of the TV, the camera and shit.
Who knows? But this is it. It doesn't matter. But anyway, I wanted to say something else. So, King, I do hope that you understand, or because I think you've been very receptive to everything he said. The collectivism idea, right? That's a big problem with me. I hate when people throw a group, like one person or two person, us as individuals, into like this big group, and then condemn the entire group. And I think that's what is. It's literally the worst disease on this planet today, is grouping individuals. You as an individual know that there is no group, King, that you can think of right now of a group of people that exist. If you got to pick them, that you could say everybody in that group is going to represent my thoughts even 50% of the time. It's just not true. You're an individual. You have all your own thoughts about all your wonderful different things. That's what's so fascinating. Wonderful about being human. So we have to strip the collectivist idea. Okay. Yes, there are stereotypes. We can talk about stereotypes. We can talk about other things. But mostly, we have to remember that we're individuals first. And what type of people commit crimes? Individuals. Individual people commit crimes. And so when we're referring to these conversations, and I've heard this a couple times throughout the night, where it's like, white people owe this. Or it's like, well, hold on a second, okay? No person on this stage, I'm going to assume, is going to be owing anybody else anything. you said Abby was evil based on a history, her ancestor, or not even an ancestor, but
No, it was something she
sort of
said.
place that make Abby anything except.
Slaughter happened to Jewish people.
I then said it was Cossacks. I got the wrong term.
So
was
she corrected. So
I corrected it.
You could redact that then. So yeah, just the whole white people oath, make sure that we uplift all of our family and to get everybody on the same page. So we all want to look and to say, hey, look, this is our American family. We understand that there's history that we have no responsibility for. Now, I have no responsibility for what people did in the past. None, zero. Neither do you, King. And I say,
The only pushback I have on that is that people have inherited money from that situation.
okay, and still, and yet, and that is part of this society, right? But still, that doesn't mean that they've done any harm or wrong at all. People could, and you would have to look and analyze their life and what do they, okay, look, so there have been, hold on, one other thing. Somebody brought up, I really got frustrated about this argument. Somebody brought up the Anthony Johnson thing the other day, but then I started looking at the numbers. I thought that was interesting. Somebody made some really, I didn't like the argumentation, but this was the thing, and we were just talking about this with the numbers. So if you look at I had chose the 1860 census, and we looked at how many white people existed. It was about 27 million, right? And then we looked at how many Black Americans or Africans, however you want to put it, that were inside of the United States at the time, and it was, hold on, don't go anywhere. Free Black was 488,000, enslaved was 4 million. Okay, so now this is the interesting part. If we take that same, we look at the census and we look at the recorded slaveholders.
Eva, could you just repeat that? Can you repeat the numbers? I'm sorry, it was a little fast. Just repeat it. It sounds important.
Sure. For the 1860 U.S. Census, there's about 27 million white people, free Blacks, 488,000, enslaved Blacks, 4 million. Okay? And so,
why do you leave out the number of how many Blacks enslaved Blacks? It's like 3,000 or 4,000 Black slave owners. Isn't that important? Or how many white?
No, not
of your number. How many white were owners of slaves?
Okay, and so I'm getting there. I am getting there. Shut up. Okay, so the Black owner, Black slave, that was trash. They said that there is such a small percentage, like 0.00 something, okay, of a percentage of Black that was very rare in 1860. In 1600s, it's just, okay, well then you could get the data, and there's any time that you want to provide any data, you could, whatever, that's fine.
Okay.
But I'm going off of the 1860 census, okay? So and now we're gonna go with the enslaved Black people. Now this is what's interesting, okay? Of the enslaved Black people, there was only 394,000 slaveholders. So about 400,000 white, wealthy Americans owned a group of almost 4 million 400 million slaves. So we're talking, if we look at 400,000, we're talking 400,000 individuals. 400,000. Well, it's either they're 400,000 individuals own slaves. That could potentially change it, but that's what we're talking about. So. It was concentrated. Now the problem is, though, now we'll accept that and concede that there's a very small percentage of white Americans that were owning slaves. However, we have to remember that out of the 45, right, approximately 4,500,000 of the Black population, the large majority, 90% of them were enslaved, upward of 97%. I mean, like I rounded up with some of the numbers because I didn't want to read out each little number, 3 million. But the point is that the most Black Americans that were in the United States largely were enslaved, and so that is the upward battle that we had to understand of what we're facing with the whole racist lens. So even though it was a small percentage, that's what the rest of the country saw, that these people were here and they were here because they were slaves. And then that's, we take it from, slave codes and all the other shit that came after that. Legislation courts, all of this controlled by white men, made it very difficult for our Black American family to assimilate in a way once they were even free that meant anything that was worthy of just being humans, dehumanized and degraded and whatever else. So that's what we're fighting for today. This is what reparations, I feel, would do for us today, is to help bridge or to help heal a lot of these extra bits of harm, because we've come so far. We've gotten the racism out of our legislation. That's a huge step, right? We're really glad about that. We have some de facto situations. We have the structural racism that we still have to, we got rid of the institutional. We still got some personal racists running around. Fuck them. That's fine. Tell me who you are. And then we take care of them like we do, Chet the Builder, making him go crazy, right? Get people fired. Excellent. Love it. Accountability. And then we continue to build. And I feel that if, as an American society, if we could stop having these conversations about what people owe and who did the harm, and we look at it as, look, this is what history did, and so now it's our responsibility as individuals to just help get our society together so we're all happy. So that's it. Okay, we're gonna take a vote. Everybody's gonna we're gonna vote reparation, and that's it. That's your election.
I put the numbers in the chat. It's 3,700 off of the 1830 census. The numbers are in the chat.
3,700 Black people on site?
Correct. And about 12,000 total slaves owned by Blacks.
So that's a big jump from 1830 to 1860.
We just offer them free education and government jobs like they do in it.
No, it's
Because I just told you there are.
but that's not.
I'm not a very good example. I'm not a very good example because to work for the government just for me to do something. You know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous.
I don't think that you need to, I don't think that that's where the biggest harm exists right now. I think the biggest harm is in the silent things that people still argue, being wealthy or getting rich or owning property. I don't think you need help with any of those things. So, well then, Bima, what is reparations for? Reparations is to bring awareness to the situations that we still have within our justice system, the prison to school, the school to prison pipeline, all of these medical discrepancies, where it shows the correlation of pollution and polluted areas with specific communities. These are the types of things that I want to focus on and to help us fix. And we should all want to do that no matter what, because this is our family and history fucked it up. So
look, and I'll say this too, bro. If there was like white people like to say niggas be chipping out. Well, maybe if niggas didn't feel so on the edge and feeling like it's do or die all the time, like niggas would chill out, bro. But when you're
if the money showed up once, you think that 10 years later everybody would be in good shape?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
Do you think that people would, that if someone had Down syndrome and they got money, you don't think that someone else would fleece the money away from them?
I mean, to be honest, I really don't think I'm not gonna sound like an advocate, but I don't think it'll really do shit. I think a lot of niggas will blow that shit. A lot of niggas will do some dumbass shit with it. Like, there's no reason why Black people are nowhere near the wealth per capita, but spend the most money. That's idiotic. You get what I'm saying? So, I feel like it would help, certain people get on their feet And that's that's probably what we need it for. It's because like not everybody, just because of your parents are poor as hell, that you should be under the thumb. You get what I'm saying? And like some people would do right by the money, and some people would invest it properly. Some people would get houses, like you know what I'm saying. People would invest it. But I think there are obviously going to be a lot of people who would do dumbass shit with it. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that we are owed that. Period. And I'm not saying I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I could genuinely give a fuck less. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying for America to pay, literally pay everybody but black people, even though we endured it the longest and we helped literally build America, that's fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying, bro. And then the argument of the school, like I said, it's kind of like a back end. Hey, you gotta go to school if you want to get what's owed to you. That's fucking ridiculous. Like that doesn't
Up Europe too, not just the United States. Money went to what banks from the British traders, the Royal African Company, which European nations made up in the hundreds of millions, and they have all that at the African American Museum in Washington D.C. So they did all that math, and so really just follow the money. I like the idea of the free school because it still keeps it competitive in a capitalistic society. And not just for the stipends that come consistently as you do well in school. I like that idea. And that doesn't have to be the only idea. It could be in a package with other ideas.
I think that's a fucking terrible idea.
Hold on, King. Look, stupid question. If descendants of chattel slavery were the ones to be in line to receive reparations, wouldn't the descendants of the slave owners be the ones that would have to pay it? And what would you do with the descendants of chattel slavery that share the same bloodlines as the slave owner?
Okay. Just because you didn't necessarily own slaves doesn't mean that you didn't benefit from a system in which that we were considered 3/5 of a person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what about the people that their families have only come here in the 20th century? I mean, Mima on stage here, she's only, what did you say, second generation American? Like, clearly her family had.
Ooh.
But they still didn't.
Where is she from?
They still didn't have equal rights.
My family came after slavery.
Yeah, so how are you going to sort all the white people out that weren't here in the last 75 years?
I'll put it like this. Maybe we quit giving billions of dollars to bullshit, and you know exactly what I'm saying, and maybe we help out our own country first. That's all I'm saying.
It's very simple, very straight to the point.
Like I'm not proposing anything fucking insane, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What was the budget for reparations again? How many trillion? Was it trillions?
Yeah, I think it's.
What's the number?
You have to Google it, but I think it's like $3 or $5 trillion.
So how are you going to fund $3 trillion?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm asking $3 trillion.
They'll print it out of thin air like they do. What do you mean?
I mean, look, we send money for the fucking wars that are a waste of time. So I mean,
the Pentagon literally lost $1 trillion unaccounted for.
William, are you the person who put up this 1830 study? William, are you still there?
What do y'all mean? How are we gonna come up with the money?
Well,
so
just the math here, and it's a little funny.
We have money for Israel and shit.
Yeah, Israel's
we have money for Americans.
3.5 billion that's spent back in the United States.
But you just
You just said
where we gonna come up? That's
even if you took it,
out of state.
so do you say take all the money?
Abby, let me finish. I don't want to mute you. That's one that's out of state. That don't got shit to do with us. We got involved.
So instead of having one defense budget, we could have triple the defense budget in 1 year. And then you can pay
comes to issues in the United States, it's where are we gonna get the money from?
You just tripled the defense budget, proposed defense budget.
That's weird.
Yeah, so we should have no defense budget, we should have no Army, Navy, Marine Corps, no nothing. Just take it all.
Shouldn't be having our troops, any of our military going towards Israel or other.
We have never had troops in Israel, by the way, and nor have we ever had boots on the ground ever in Israel. They fight their own battles. So can we not go back to the Jews in Israel? I asked, should we have no defense? Should we have no defense department or a Department of War? Like, should that go away? We have no defense of our nation on any shores, anywhere.
Israel isn't our nation; they're a separate nation.
I just said, should our country have no defense budget at all?
No, they should.
3.5 billion, which by the way is spent in the United States, is like a toenail compared to, you just said $3 trillion. So what's our full foreign aid package? Someone know the number, the percentage of foreign aid out of our annual budget in the United States? Because I don't think the foreign aid is even remotely, it's got to be a couple percent, if all, at all, maybe.
Billions of dollars over.
How much is our foreign aid from the entire world out of our national
it says
budget?
Just for Israel, I looked it up. It says
It's
21.7 million or 21.7 billion.
It isn't. It's 3. It just went through Congress. It's 3.5 billion, and
2 years since October 7th. Oh, this is 2000.
yeah, yearly it's 3.5, and it's spent in the United States. I repeat, it is spent on purchasing.
You lie very easily.
I am not lying. You can.
People say that. Why does it matter if it's spent back in the U.S.?
Because that's the deal that they
That's a
that
lie.
it's spent on defense. It helps our defense industry. It's spent on weaponry and on and it's spent on defense purchases in the United
Yeah,
States.
but we're still giving up.
I understand that. And Beaver, please tell me what percent is all the foreign aid, how much we give to Egypt, Jordan, to African countries. But Israel doesn't, by the way, and I can't believe we're back on the Jewish issue, but you're just going to have to hear this. They don't even care. It's such a minor part of their defense budget. The 3.5, if it goes away, it will not affect them.
That man just told you it was 21 billion.
It is not 21 billion. It's 3.5 billion a year. Go look at what our foreign aid budget is yearly. It's published. It is.
Yeah, this year.
Yes, every tax year.
So what about the past?
What do we spend?
150 a year. Look it up.
No, that is a lie.
I'm reading it.
Billion this year.
What do we spend on foreign aid? What percent of our national spending for the year for the whole world?
What about
all of Africa?
But that could be an Uber Eats gift card for all the black folks in America.
Yeah, all of our foreign aid to every country in the world, all of the continent of Africa, add it all up, all of developing nations, how much we spend percent.
But don't forget that we pay more
in camps.
And we significant amount of money to Egypt.
Egypt doesn't have it. Egypt won't let them in, sweetie. They won't let them in. And that's not what they're taking. That's not what they're paying. That's not what it's going for. That's not what it's going for.
People in the USA.
Who'd you talk to in the USA? Egypt won't let them in. Egypt doesn't want them. They're not in Egypt. There's no camps in Egypt. What are you talking about? Our foreign aid to all of Africa, to all of Asia, to all of our foreign aid. What percentage of our spending? My God, I asked a question. Does anyone have what percent of our national spending is foreign aid? And I am making the proposition.
What about those other countries are constantly at war with everyone around them?
So if you cut all the foreign aid that we give to the world yearly, you asked for $3 trillion. How much a year are you expecting in reparations? How much yearly? What's the number? Is it $3 trillion a year? What's the number?
I think that's some studied is something I think.
Yeah, what you guys are like, what, like the $100,000, $200,000 per person of what 40 million like people that would destroy our economy.
Thank you.
But
Okay, but the shoes.
however,
Six point 757 our federal government spends about 7 trillion total, right?
However,
I mean, I can understand their gripe about. Now, I'm not talking about Israel, anything that we spend money on. I can understand Timothy saying, well, we come up with this for Ukraine, this for this, this for that. Now, if you did that and you took some of that money and you said this is reparations, it would be peanuts in your pocket, though. I mean, you wouldn't be happy.
That's why it shouldn't just be the U.S. It shouldn't just be the U.S. They should get together with all the European nations. And
I don't think it's
come up with a certain amount.
So once again, what do we spend our money on in the U.S.? You know what our biggest nut is? Our biggest expense?
Welfare.
It's welfare, Social Security.
It's taxes for that. I don't mind paying
It's
taxes.
about half of our spending, just a little under half of our spending. But again, the total foreign aid is 1% of our budget.
Thank you. I was wrong. I thought I knew it was less than 5. It's 1%.
It's 1%. It's 1%.
I don't care. I should not have to pay taxes for you to bomb kids.
Yeah, you shouldn't pay taxes for Egypt and Jordan and all of Africa. Should we pay taxes for all the African countries, for places that are taking Christians they're not bombing in the African nations? What they're doing to the Christians? You think that you don't think that's happening?
I think that it's a legitimate. I think Kings. I hate to admit it, but I do.
1%. Israel doesn't want take Israel out of the equation. They already said they don't care about the aid.
Yes.
So forget Israel. Okay.
$billion a year for the last 20 years.
It may well go away.
Together is 1% of our budget. The whole world, all the money we give out is 1%.
How much you want? Wait.
Why can't you do the math? You said you had a semester in college.
6.75
do the math on that.
If it's 1%, then why are we sending them our fucking money?
Again, the money has to be spent.
It has to be spent in the U.S. on U.S. defense.
But that doesn't mean anything.
But they already said they didn't want it, Beaver, so it's not an issue. So how about if you talk about Egypt? Why are we sending Pakistan money? Why are we sending Pakistan money?
They've been getting billions of
Why are we
dollars
sending Africa money?
multiple years, for 20, 30 years.
Well,
I think they're an ally.
Some country
An
money
ally.
because we need them.
Well, they are not
because we need Ethiopia to defend us in Africa. We send other countries other Arab countries money because we need bases in their countries. We're tactical about where we send our money. It's not all humanitarian, right? It's not like we're just giving out money to the poorest countries. If you look at the top countries where we send money, it's Israel, Ukraine, Jordan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Yemen. And I guess Nigeria is there somewhere. But if you look why, you can see where we have bases. You can see where we need, like the entire Air Force of Ethiopia was basically built up by the United States with the help of Israel. Why is that? Do we just love Ethiopia so much? No, we actually need the tactical support of
Call
Ethiopia.
that out of the equation. It's 1%. Where are you getting $3 trillion? Where's it coming from?
If we wouldn't give me $20 billion a year for the last 30 years, we would have.
And that's your thumbnail, not even of the annual budget. So again, maybe there's other waste. Maybe there's other you're not understanding the numbers. Trillion.
Yeah.
Okay? Do you understand 1%? 1% is the whole world. All the money we give, all the